Oh my god. How's it going, guys? Did I make it on time? I think so. 5 minutes past the time. Yay! Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? You should be able to hear me. Don't lie to me. I've tested it. How's everyone doing? It's been a very satisfying day. Satisfying. Padme is happy because they're on time. So that's great, isn't it? Before we go, I want to start with this fella here. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover 3 videos, 3 streams from Meghann and Shawn. 2 from Shawn's channel and 1 from Meghann's channel. At first I thought I would be able to make notes on 6 streams all together, but by the time I reached till the last half of the 3rd stream that I'm going to cover today, my brain was like, enough of this, you don't do this to yourself. So here I am. So before I start, I wanted to like show you guys, as soon as I tweeted out, let me see if I can make it bigger. Here we go. Yeah, that as soon as I tweeted out that, I'm going to stream, someone came in and replied. So if I go here, so this is Shawn. So what Shawn is doing here is he says, great, so you're gonna lie, that's the wrong you're, it is you are. So you're gonna lie, BS makeup crap, congratulate Chesh on being a drunk head 0 while you hurl racist terms all from your mama and daddy's house all over legal ish that don't concern you and don't mean a FVK to me, but go ahead, act keyword act as if it's some flex. What? So he's making assumptions, pre-assumptions, like he's trying to control the narrative, he's trying to jump ahead and trying to say, oh, you don't need to go and watch it, I know what's going to happen, here it is what's going to happen, when it's not even happened yet. So that's poisoning the well. That's the fallacy, right? Yeah, he stalks me. He stalks me all the time. It's I don't get notifications about him. I do not get notifications about him. Right? So, yeah. And then he goes on to add with a puppy laughing emoji, and then he somehow doesn't like it when people call him a puppy. When he's using a puppy laughing gif over here, I guess he adds, maybe, just maybe, you will make enough money to buy some toothpaste to brush those gums, and maybe some soap. Do it. The best part of Chesh's YouTube left with Steve. I don't know what that last line means. The best part of Chesh's YouTube left with Steve. Because everyone that was around Steve left with Chesh, actually. So, again, this is a projection. Right? Yes, he is the one who does the weed a lot. I don't know if he does it in a controlled manner or is it's excessive. I think so, it's excessive. But, whatever. Right? Then I kind of like, I took the screenshot of it and I was just like, sure, Shawn, sure, it doesn't mean FEK to you, and then I added a little bit of a jab that Shawn knows that when I talk on legal matters, he and Meghann look like incompetent nincompoops. To which he came back and said, no, when, oh, sorry, my bad. It wasn't on the screen. So he said, no, when you speak your breath stanks, and that ain't got nothing to do with me or Meghann. When you speak ha ha ha, is that supposed to mean something ha 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 ha? I'm like, you're wasting your time here replying to me on Twitter. It definitely means something to you. You are watching me, and you want to know what I will say. So yeah. Ashley, is wolf a puppy boy or an egg puppy girl? I have no idea. I don't know what that is. Egg puppy girl or wolf. I think he is a bigot. He is a hypocrite. He uses the wolf as a persona, but then if someone calls him a puppy, he takes that as a personal attack on his identity as a human being, which I do not understand how it goes. Or if someone calls him a mutt or a dog, he takes it as an attack on his personal, human identity. When it's an attack on his persona, or people are making fun of his persona actually, which is, what do you say? Which is fantastical. Which is not real? Well, what's the word? Which is not virtual, I would say. Which is not a reality, right? So he likes to kick his eat and eat it too. And then he uses this excuse to be racist towards everyone else. Especially towards me. We just saw that in the tweets about the brush and the toothpaste and all that stuff. And all that stuff. No, you said, or an egg puppy girl. I don't know what that means. I don't know what an egg puppy girl means. I don't know. Sorry. I know what egg, like one object egg, I know what that means. Padme said, doing mute prevents notifications too. Bro does anything to try and talk while not responding to people directly. He does that, but I have not muted him. If we go here, and I check his profile, I have not muted him. He's not muted. He's not even blocked. So, Twitter recognizes his tweets as spam, and they don't pop up. And you can see it, like, if we go here, right? If we go and this tweet I made, it says there are 3, but it doesn't show the 3rd one. Mine is the 1st, Padme is the 2nd. It doesn't show the 3rd one. Because Twitter hides his tweets because Twitter considers it either too vitriolic or spam. Simple as that. So, but I know how Wolf or Shawn behaves, so I can guess kinda like as soon as I make a tweet about him or Meghann, he will come under my tweet and he will say something. I know that. So yeah. No, I get it. Like, I'm not saying you said that I muted him. I'm just saying I haven't even muted him. I'm building on your point. I'm building on your point that you would think that I muted him. Maybe that's why I'm not getting notifications, but I have not even muted him. So don't worry about it, Padme. You're fine. Yeah, I think so. It says persona. Most probably. And you said that egg means a trans person who doesn't know they're trans yet in this context. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Alright, thanks for that, educational part. I had no idea about that. But yeah, I think it's his persona, but I think so even the furry community won't accept him, so yeah. I mean, before we start, I need to do something. I need to change the settings of my screen because I need to have my notes a little more closer to home. Yeah, just give me 1 second, guys. So if I go, where did I put my diary? Oh, there it is, sorry. Just give me 1 second. So yeah, I'll take some time to start and you guys can come on in and we can start. If you want, you can share the stream. And we will start soon, and it will take us some time today. I'm trying to follow Chesh's advice. She said to pick on the most important segments from their live streams and focus on that. So that's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'll try to do. So let's see if it helps. Hopefully it helps. Let's see. Okay, and then we apply. So hopefully this splits my thing as I'm trying to. Okay. Nope, that's not what I'm looking for. Sorry, guys. This pops up here, and then my notes. Where did I put my notes? Huh? Huh? Nani? Where did my notes go? Come back. Thank you. There we are. problems, they're the notes. Beautiful. I don't know if anyone noticed my my thumbnail today. Did anyone notice what was going on there? I'm showing the homepage of Shawn and Meghann's YouTube homepage, but there's a slight difference there. If you can find out, it's like finding Waldo. So yeah, so if I show you, so I reached 8,887 words. So I need to cut out some of those words to start. So that's what we'll do. In the stream that we are going to start with, the one I'm going to start with. First of all, okay, one more point and then we will go on with this. Yep. Shawn doesn't know how to count. He has no idea how to count. Alright? Because this is 76 and then comes 73. Right? I'm like, where's 75, 74? And then we see 75 is there before 73. Like that's 3 days ago, that's 7 days ago. So he did 75 before 73. Or is it like the reading clown tweets at 73 and then Saturday Night Chill has its own numbers, but I don't see that. Then reading clown tweets 72 and then Saturday Night Chill with 74. Then Saturday Night Chill 73. Is there a Saturday Night Chill 71? 72 and then 71. Okay, so looks like there are two segments of shows that Shawn does. One is the Saturday Night Chill and the other one is the Reading Clown Tweets. And both of them are separate series. And I really got confused at first. I was like, does he know how to count? Does he not know how to count? So that's a good thing. He knows how to count. Alright. So I am not going to cover two separate segments of his. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just go for the last two vids he did. I'm not covering this one here because this was just done 5 hours ago. I didn't have enough time to go through it and prep. Maybe next time, next weekend. You know, we'll see. But I'm going to cover 74. The one, where's the 174? That's the one. Saturday Night Chill, and then I'm going to cover 75. But yeah, so those are the two ones I'm going to cover. And then from Meghann's, I'm going to cover the Wolf News Network weekly roundup for the week of 16th of January 2026. Right? So again, what I'm trying to do here is I'm not going to try and cover the whole stream. What I'm trying to today demonstrate is that Meghann and Shawn, they don't know what they're talking about. Their rhetoric is really, really flawed. They commit a lot of logical fallacies when they talk, and they have no idea how law works. The most simple example was when they tried to put out this narrative on Twitter just like yesterday that the only reason the contempt order or the warrants were issued was because they skipped their contempt hearing, and because they skipped their contempt hearing, Sharla didn't get to present her evidence in front of the judge, which is entirely false. Contempt orders are a judge agreeing with, they have seen what's been submitted to them, what evidence was submitted to them, and they agree with the evidence that they have seen, and they say, yes, I agree that this evidence is enough to say that these people are in contempt or in violation of their restraining orders, so I'm going to charge them with contempt. Now they have to explain to me why I shouldn't charge them with contempt. That's how it happens. So Sharla had her chance, and she did present her evidence for contempt charges or the violation of restraining order. So they try to, format that narrative. They don't know how law works. So I am going to try and teach them and correct them and correct their narrative, especially around how law works. American law. Me sitting here in Australia, who was born in India and lived in New Zealand for, 11 years. So, yeah. It's racist to call wolf babies pups, by the way. I heard that from a really smart canines. Saturday Night Chill, he's about as chill as a Karen whose coupons have been declined. Unacceptable pathway. Sorry. You guys are cracking me up. Alright, so I'm going to start with, let me see. Emotional, blah blah blah. No, we're not going to talk about big villains, no. Segment 4, transfer Meghann, the cry about. No. So we are going to start with timestamp of 6:45. What I'm going to do is I'm going to, let's see, yeah, see the closed captions are on. Let me just bring up the transcripts, right? And as soon as that, okay, I'm gonna scroll past that because that's all D. This guy doesn't have good music to start with. So yeah, so I'm gonna start with this one. Let me just 6:43, 6:45. That's what we're gonna go. Let me just make sure that's the correct timestamp. Paperwork. Oops, wrong. Here we go. Paperwork. Yep, that's the one. So this is where we're going to start from 6:43. 6:43. That's where we're going to start from. So hopefully, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do 1 more 3. So I'm gonna make it big, really big, so that we don't need to see the screen. We just need to hear the audio, so we can see the transcripts properly. Yep, that's the idea. Hey Vlad, how you doing? Long time no see. Oh, by the way, guys, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Somebody said in the Discord I took apart Chesh's car and made a cup out of it. Whew. Nice. Hot. I just got it delivered today. I love it. I just love it. It doesn't have a lot of capacity, but I just love it. I don't care. Right? That's so neat. That's a pretty cool mug. Yes, I got it from Amazon. So yeah, the one thing that I'm pampering myself with since I've moved to Australia is Amazon. I have access to Amazon deliveries, so I'm just like, yay! All right, let's start this one. Yep. All right, so we're starting from here. Here we go. Hold on. What? Sorry, what? What happened there? One more time. So the thing is that the issue is not that. Okay, let's start with Shawn, right? Oh, I've seen the paperwork, and people who were supposed to see the paperwork have seen the paperwork, and it's not her name on it, right? This is appeal to authority. Straight up, Shawn is like, trust me, bro. Whereas they have never produced any information. You know who has produced information? Charla, on her Twitter. Let me just see if I can bring it up for you guys. That's what Charla has done always. She's always provided evidence. So if I try and see, yeah, here we go. So let's bring it back here. So this one here, this is from Charlotte. And over here, if you look at it, can I scroll it up a bit? Let me see if I can bring it up. Yeah. So it says it's been manner of services personally in hand. Recipient name and address, Mary Meghann Broussard. That's what it is. Like, what else do you want? Let me see if I can open it in a new tab. I can, but can I bring it up? No. Let me see. Okay. Here we go. Again. Recipient name and address, Mary Meghann Broussard, and manner of service is personally in hand on July of 30th, 2025, last year. So, what's the problem? I don't get it. I just don't get it. What's the problem? Right? So again, appeal to authority, and then I'll explain further. Right? Let's go. Other profile. How can that be possible? I don't get it. Like, it says it was personally in hand to Meghann. So obviously Meghann signed for it. And here's the picture of her holding it. So I don't get it. Like, this is her picture holding it. Look. So what's the fucking problem? Why is Meghann so overworked about this? Maybe because she tried to lie in the beginning and, you know, she threw an imaginary cousin of hers under the bus, and now she's, you know, she like, just say, you know, that you didn't want to disclose that it was you. Or maybe because you're embarrassed about how you look without makeup. Come on, why are you so vain? That's the same thing with Aaron. They're so vain. Like, come on. It's so stupid. You don't hear it? I'm so sorry. God dang it. Oh. I'll start from the beginning then. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. My bad. I did everything correctly except that one part. Alright. Sorry. Let's go. Let's start again. Let's do it. Whoo. Let's do it. Hui.
Me too.
All right, is that better?
The people that it actually meant something to
Yeah.
the people that it actually meant something to see that paperwork.
Yeah.
The people that it actually meant something to see that paperwork have already. People that it actually meant something to see that paperwork have already seen it, like myself. And
sorry, I couldn't help myself. I had to do that again. This is why you respect the producers? Sure. I agree with you on that. Respect the producers. Let me see if I can make this a little more big. Yeah, that's better. And why are you like that? Okay, that's better. दीवाना मुझसा नहीं इस अंबर के नीचे आगे है कातिल मेरा और मैं पीछे. Okay. Motorcycle frog. So okay, I'll start again. I've already made the explanation, right? So Wolf is talking from authority here. He's trying to appeal to authority and say that, you know, I've seen the paperwork. I know Meghann's name on it. So, and anyone who has to see it has seen it, or is supposed to see has seen it. You know, blah 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 blah. So, and then Tammy goes on to say Meghann's name was on it. We'll listen to that. But it's like what do you have to present for? As I showed, Sharla has already presented her evidence, right? She's already presented her evidence here. It says personally in hand. Let me bring it up in the new tab, right? It already says personally in hand, right? To who? Mary Meghann Broussard. Hold on, let me see if I can just put it to the side. Here, recipient name, address, Mary Meghann Broussard, and then manner of service. Like, what else I'm supposed to do? Like, what else supposed Sharla has to do? And they have not provided anything, but Sharla has. So who are we supposed to believe? A person who has shown things and proof, or people who are just using words? I think I would believe the person who's showing me evidence, right? So moving on. Here we go. Let's
it's not Meghan's name.
Right.
Not Meghan's name.
Because
So,
what does it matter? They're saying the paperwork had my name on it. Yes, because the papers were.
Yeah.
So that's the same question I'm going to ask you, Meghann. What's the problem? Why does it matter? It mattered to you that you brought up this imaginary cousins of yours who you made it sound like was not fit enough to receive service. But then you acknowledge that you were okay with them receiving paperwork for you for some reason. So what's the problem? Oh, because the person in the picture that is shown taking the service is you, and you're so vain and you're so insecure of how you look that you created an imaginary cousin to attribute that look to them, because you're so insecure about how you look without makeup and whatever you put on. Like, is that the matter? Is that why? This is so pathetic. Like, come on. So what? So what? What's what? Or like, why are you so vain? Why are you? This is the crowd that forced Nonsense to come on camera by falsely accusing her of being Katie Joy when Nonsense wanted to keep her visual identity behind the scenes and not bring it onto the internet. They forced her by saying that she's Katie Joy to come on the cam. But for some reason, she's so worked up about this. Meghann is so worked up about that she is on camera now. I don't understand. I don't get it. Why?
Yes.
To me, but
For
the
you.
papers
Yeah,
They
for
were
you.
addressed to you.
Yes, they were
Correct.
addressed to me, but in Louisiana, you can leave papers with a family
Correct.
member or a designated person, right?
Whoever
So,
signs whoever
yes.
signs for it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Is every state like that? No. I mean,
No, they're not.
state
They're
is
not.
different, but
Correct.
in mine, you can. So anyway,
Of course, they can, but did they? That's the question. You're asking an open-ended question, and you're letting your audience to trust you on this and just say, "Trust me, bro." But you're not presenting anything for it. Again, where's your proof? Where's your evidence? Only evidence we have seen so far is from Sharla. No one else. Not you, not Shawn, not Tammy.
Wow.
don't forget to bring my other profile in if you don't mind, Wolf.
Okay, gotcha. I see it. Gotcha.
So
All right,
what you guys are seeing is that Meghan's name was what was on it, but her cousin signed for it. You guys are idiots.
Yeah. You guys are idiots, man.
Complete
Yeah,
idiots.
and I've seen
Yeah.
the paperwork, man. Exactly. Yeah, Meghan's name is on it, but that's not who signed for it.
Right. Of course, they're not.
Then show it. Why aren't you showing it? If Meghan's name on it, but Meghann didn't sign for it, then show it. Why aren't you showing it? Maybe because her signatures are there on it. And maybe because of the information I have that I have gotten from, the portal where you can check whether certain nurses have licenses or not, or are still qualified, or are still licensed to practice or not. There are signatures of a Mary Broussard, and we will be able to confirm with those signatures whether you really have your nurse's license or not. Maybe that's why you're not showing your signature, and that tells me that I am right. The person that I was talking about that I found on the portal is the same Mary Broussard as you, or else you would have you would have shown some, you know, proof to say, yeah, I didn't sign for it. This is my cousin who signed for it. You are not showing it, and I'm making this inference or deduction is because your signatures are on there, and as soon as I will see those signatures, I will be able to verify whether the woman I found has the same signatures as you or not. Because I know that's the same Mary Broussard as you are. You know, when you go to my profile, right, and you see this one here, right, whether she's a nurse or not, I have the paperwork where it talks about, you know, why this particular person was kicked out. And there are signatures on there of a particular Mary Broussard. Maybe that's why. Jessica, Shawn also has a lifetime restraining order now against him, so, like, he's also part of the cabal now. Yeah, it's, Padma, you're right. It's wild to get a lifetime restraining order over all this. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is wild. Very, very
I'm
wild.
going to show that because somebody put, you know, didn't show that part, of course, and falsified that, which I verified with the process server who sent the paper that Wolf saw. Which I need to show it to.
Yeah, I saw that. I said yes.
Too. I just keep forgetting.
I said yes.
And I meant to do that yesterday, and I totally forgot. But anyway,
exactly.
Yeah, of course you forgot, Meghann. Of course you forgot. How convenient. And you still haven't produced it. This was on January 10th, 11th for me, and probably January 10th for you. And we are now, what's the date today? 24th, 25th of January, and you still haven't provided it. So, since I've come to the end of the segment that I want to talk about, right? So it's going to be a little long, so just bear with me, right? So number one, Shawn, I've seen the paperwork. Meghann, you know, I know it's not Meghann's name, you know. The papers were to me. Why does it matter? Meghann is like, Tammy's like, Meghann's name was on it, but her cousin signed for it. You guys are idiot. And Meghann is someone falsified that. I verified with the process server, right? Here's one grown-up rule for you. Yep. If you're talking about paperwork, then show the paperwork. If you're talking about verification, show the verification. Right? And you've shown nothing, but you've just me. That's all. Right? So, rhetorically what they're doing is they're appealing to authority. You know, the process server verified, and that Shawn is like, oh, I have seen the paperwork. I've seen, and whoever else is supposed to see it has seen it. So they are appealing to authority without presenting the verifying artifact, or the paperwork, or the signatures, right? Then they're going for selective disclosures here. Like Meghann saying they falsified the part, or she said, okay, here we go. If we go back up, if I look for falsified, right? Falsified, yeah. Of course, and falsified that. Of course, they're not going to show that because somebody put, you know, didn't show that part, of course, and falsified that. What? What did they falsify? It's not who signed for it? The signatures are falsified? What? How do you know? So, oh, you are appealing to authority of the process server, so show us. You want to redact personal details? Yeah, go for it, and then show it. Show the relevant section. Right? The signature block, the date and time, and the state rule you are claiming applies to it. Like, you know, in Louisiana, blah, blah, blah. Show us the state rule. What applies in Louisiana. And Louisiana, sorry, my bad. And then show us the signature block. And demonstrate to us how it was falsified. But you are, one, a liar, and you are lazy, so you're not going to do it. You just mention it and then you just move on. And that's why today Shawn was worried, because I'm going to sit here and I'm going to skin you guys apart. And that's what I did. I skin your guys' rhetoric. And that's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna keep doing it. You're all sitting there and you're making service process claims and you're alleging document falsification, and you're not showing any documents. The only person who has shown documents is Charlotte. Also, this whole process server verified is an appeal to authority without any receipts. Yeah. And then Tammy goes on to say, like, you know, you guys are idiots, and you know, it's trying to go for the confident summary tactic. That's what it is. You know, she tried to compress a legal process into a simplistic line, and to treat it as a dispositive. I get it, Tammy. It's too complicated for you. It will go right over your head. Don't even try to understand what I just said. All right? Legal procedures are actually element-based, right? You don't get to end the analysis with therefore idiots or an ad hominem attack. All right? I get it, Tammy. This whole thing is too complex for you, so I'm not even expecting anything from you at this point. All right, our next one is around 9 minutes. Okay, so we go here. Okay. So here we go. This is the next one. Yeah, Shawn doesn't want to keep it real. Yes, citation needed. Actually, hold on. Citation needed! Bitches, where is the citation? Where's your paperwork? Thanks for reminding me about that, Rodent. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you for reminding me. Let me just present it here. That's better. Sorry, I almost forgot. Holy shit. Thank you. Citation needed. Thanks. So yeah, so now we go forward. Yep. So this is on my notes. It's segment 7. So I picked 10 most important ones that I'm going to cover, and then so that it makes it easier for everyone to consume. Also, yep. So here we go.
You know. So let me.
They're so upstanding, though. Remember, they're so perfect and upstanding. They would never.
I've never claimed that I'm perfect. I try to be upstanding, but I've never claimed that I'm perfect. No. Right-handed said, "Hi, how are you doing? Goblin Chesh, 5:42 a.m. I should have known it was the better of the two streaming." Oh, really? Padme, I hear the name Tammy and I instantly think of crop tops. No offense to Meghann's enemies. Oh. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that for Padme Athens. Tammy is not Veda, she's another person. Well, equal weights, yeah, I would say Veda aka Brittany has got more brains than Tammy, at least. One tenth of more brain cell than Tammy. Let's just say that. Good enough? Alright. Yeah, so addressing Shawn about this, I've never claimed to be perfect. I know I have many flaws. People who know me here, people who know me in the Discord, they know that. I'm flawed. I'm very flawed. And Chesh has told me off so many times also for it. Hi Lady Lumo, how you doing? Good day. Oh, you're not up late? You're up early? Hey, good for you, man. Good for you. Everyone is welcome. Welcome, join us, come in, go out, listen to me, go to sleep listening to me. I don't mind it. You can come back later and listen to this if you want to. That's what I do this for. So you can guys, if you're, want something jabbering in your ears, while you're at work or something. Here I am. Okay. Ow. I hit my knee. My knee. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ouch. Ow, ow, ow. Hit my knee! Oh my god. Bad knee. Oof. Alright. Let's go. Let's continue.
Never do something like that to break the rules, but they do.
Exactly.
Demonstrate one? Can you? I've never broken a law. There's a reason I was able to immigrate to a new country. And then to another country, from India to New Zealand, New Zealand to Australia, because I've not broken a law. If I'd broken a law, I would have been deported. That's what it is to be an immigrant, Shawn. You cannot break laws. You have to be to the top of the society where you don't even have you don't have even tickets. Just saying. Though if I do get deported, I'll get deported to New Zealand now because I'm a New Zealand citizen. But in that point, when I was even a resident in New Zealand, before I got my citizenship, I could have been deported if I was, you know, if I got a restraining order like you have. Yup. Woo. Hi, Intrigued. How you doing? Not to mention Australia is notorious about it. About what? Deporting people. Yeah, they are. No, you haven't missed anything. We just started. So, but Intrigued, you're always welcome to give your input. I'm always looking forward to your input. Well, I know I can learn a lot from you, so yeah. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. Alright, here we go.
Alright.
Oh, mind you. Here's the thing. Like I said this morning, I made Berko this morning. I will never ever feel beneath a sorry bitch like Chesh and Manya who cannot get out on their own and leave mommy and daddy's house at their age. By their age, I had 2 fucking properties. You guys were raising children, and they still living at mommy and daddy's house. So they can shut the fuck up thinking about me.
I was married and raising my child.
See, look at that. Boom. Yes. Look at that.
Those two are sitting at home on the internet trolling people. Yeah. That's what they're doing. Yeah.
What are you doing? I'm just saying.
No job.
I know I'm indulging in whataboutism or like no you, but I'm just saying pot calling kettle black by that logic.
No work, no life, no future, because there's no future in trolling. There's no retirement home patrol. You know, it doesn't exist.
And they'll still be doing it, you know, at 60 and 70, like Joan and Kim.
Kim stank.
Oh my God, he's
man, stank Willow. Stank Willow cried today, y'all. She cried so bad, yo.
Okay, so Shawn, I'll never feel beneath, you know, me and Chesh, you know, living in mommy's daddy's house. Meghann is like making claims that we don't have any jobs or we don't have any work, right? My argument is this isn't an argument. This is just a status game at this point, right? This is just like and a dodge from facts, right? It's ad hominem. That's what it is. It's an ad hominem attack. You know, attacking someone's living situation and status instead of addressing claims. And it's also appeal to superiority. I had properties, which is irrelevant to the truth. Truth doesn't care who owns what. Right? And living situation doesn't determine whether a claim is true. Evidence does. The law, your restraining order doesn't care whether you have 1 property, 2 properties, or you don't have a property. Your contempt charge doesn't care whether you own a property or not. This is just distraction from the responsibility of providing evidence. And that too verifiable evidence. Yeah, it's all ad homs. Right-handed Sith from the live chat. I'm 54, no kids, no and no plans for either in my life. Right? It's again, it's like, oh, if you have kids, like, you're somehow superior than us. I don't know. Or you are somehow more responsible than other people. We know Meghann's situation. Right? So, yeah. It's just ad hominems. And I live in Australia. My parents are in India. I don't get it. Like, they don't understand. And, like, again, what's wrong with living with your parents? I still don't get it. And I do have a job. I get it. I don't have to prove it to Shawn and Meghann about it. But it's like, dude, I think this is projection. Not only ad hominems, this is projection. They wish they weren't living with, like, Meghann is living with her sister, right? Shawn is probably living with one of his relatives, maybe. And that's why they project it onto other people that they're living with their relatives or, you know, their family members. And they look down upon it because that's how they feel about themselves. They do not like themselves living with their own family members. Like Meghann living with her sister and Shawn maybe living with his brother or someone else, I don't know. And they think that other people will be ashamed of living with their parents for some reason. I'm not. I'm never going to be ashamed of living with my parents. My parents are one of the best parents ever. They never raised a hand at me. And they always encouraged me to do my best, always. They believed in me, always. But I am in Australia at the moment. So yeah, just ad hominems at this point. Alright, going to the next one. Hold on, give me a sec. Yeah. 1249. Alright, let's see. 1249. Is this better? That I don't go through the whole thing and I just go through a few of it? Or do you think I should go from start to finish? Just let me know what guys you think. This is just a new approach that I'm taking on. Because Chesh suggested it. So yeah. This one is about IRS, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, here we go. Let's see.
The other members are people who support us, our friends. So.
All right, I know we
but Alice keeps threatening to call the IRS, and I don't know why, because I haven't done anything illegal. Because there's nothing wrong with being paid cash. You do know at the end of the year, if you're paid cash, you do a 1099 form. You complete idiot. So,
I have a really severe question though for Shin.
Ashley Loves asked a question in the live chat. I wonder if they're going to say your parents not being physically abusive was a bad thing. I don't care what they think about my parents. My parents, my mother called me today, right? And she was like, what did you eat today? Did you eat enough? Are you having enough rest? She worries about me. She calls me constantly, every second day. She calls me and she asks me about my health, everything. And she checks on me. What else do I need in my life? Like, you know, my parents love me. And they trust me. I don't care what they think about my parents' parenting. But yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if they keep escalating their claim about my parents because they're fucking jealous. Alright, so, continuing.
Alice, when did you become an American taxpayer if you plan to be Canadian?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Canada, what do you know? And first of all, the IRS is going to laugh at you. You're not even going to really call. And if you...
Okay, you're asking Alice, when did they become an, how did they end up coming to know about how IRS behaves while living in Canada? How does Meghann know about, become an expert in how IRS works? I'm just asking. Does she study about IRS? Does she file her own taxes? Does she do that?
You did, they're not going to do anything because I haven't done anything wrong. I've always...
That's a fallacy. That's a straight up fallacy. Just because someone doesn't do anything doesn't mean that you haven't done anything wrong. Intrigued, what kind of fallacy would that be? What's that fallacy called? Can you help me? Can you help me? I'm trying.
Done my taxes the way, and I always get money back. I've never had to pay because I fall under earned income credit, which, you know, we do here in America.
You don't understand that shit.
Dumb fuck.
So, she's so mad.
Where you get money back when you have children. That's how it's always been. So, and if I did owe, I would pay the damn shit, but I don't and I won't. So you can fuck off.
You know who else said that? Steve. Steve had made those claims.
Off with that shit. I mean, call to your little heart's content. I didn't do anything wrong, so nothing's going to happen, so I'm not worried. But the fact that you're saying it makes you look like the troll that you are.
Okay. Okay, I'll give this to them. There's some good points, but they just ruin it by their sloppiness and their laziness. I'll give it to them. There's some good points here, right? The correct point should be from Meghann that the threatening the IRS as harassment is petty. But then she, for some reason, pivots or just gets distracted to explaining the tax mechanics in a very overconfident and messy way. Like, Meghann could have won this segment, if she had calmly said cash income can be reported, harassment via agencies is pathetic, show actual evidence of fraud or stop, right? Instead, like, she just mixed a decent point, right, with a technical oversimplification and insults, which will give any critic an opening. Why are you so, oversimplifying things and over-explaining things? Is something going on there? See? Why are you so, like, overdoing it? You overdid it. Agency threats are not concern, right? They are intimidation. If someone alleges fraud, yeah, they should show the evidence. Or else someone is just trying to roleplay as Iris. Yeah, that's fine. But what Meghann is trying to do here is she's trying to present this confident legal tax advice while oversimplifying, over-explaining. It's a great, like, they don't understand law/admin process demo because they treat, like, she is treating system as vibes. That's what she's doing. Like the line IRS will laugh. That's just a vibe. Like, Meghann speaks in such absolutes about IRS and taxation and stuff, and about tax rules. And then they don't and she doesn't properly explain them. And then call other people idiots. And that's what I keep telling Erin also. Overconfidence is not competence. They keep on confusing overconfidence and competence. That's what they keep doing. Okay, yeah, Ashley. Ashley loves from the live chat. Yeah, I see your point. You missed exactly what she said, but it might be a non sequitur. From what you described, it sounded like the conclusion didn't properly follow the premise. Yeah, it can be a kind of non sequitur. You're right. Intrigue from live chat. Don't think it is a fallacy thing. Just plain dumb and not understanding. Alright, the next one. What's the next one? Okay. 3152. Alright, let's go. Let's see. And then there's another one. Yeah, okay. Cool. Let's go. We skip all the way to 3152. Oh, there's more IRS here. Okay, whatever. Letty Limo from the live chat. It's completely the opposite of skeptical inquiry. Their belief in believing they're good and correct, they think will beat out the facts. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, what was the timestamp? 3152. Okay. My notes today are 8,000 words. So you're stuck with me, guys. Let's see. 31. What's the topic? Street view. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let me see if I can. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Let's
that
go.
about the address changing because of the whole Susie thing. So
yeah. That's
and pork chop.
I've been saying that.
I don't care if you did a street view of it. I used to live
That's
in that
stalking.
complex.
Now that's stalking. That's fucking
That's stalking. Thanks for admitting that you stalked me, you moron.
Wow. That is sick.
Wow.
That is sick.
Hey, why do you need a street view of Megan's house? Are you gonna pull up on Meghann? Are you looking for a date?
Yeah, please, come on. I dare you.
My God, what? There's no purpose in the fucking world for to street view anybody's goddamn house.
Yeah, but y'all do know that the process server did not take the picture. It was taken a couple of hours or so later, and that was even verified by a neighbor.
Hold on. Is it me or their audio is very bad? The audio is very bad. I couldn't make out half this shit if the transcript wasn't there. Fuck.
That happened.
One of y'all gonna be in the big trouble before it's all said and done. One of y'all.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, sure.
It was some shady shit happened.
Yeah, sure, Shawn. He has been threatening legal action since like last 3 years and has done nothing about it. Because he's lazy and he doesn't have the resources for it. But I think it's more because he's lazy.
Happening that day.
Oh, by the way, if people are wondering why I am not doing the Meghann's member-only stream, is because I think so we'll find the resolution to her copyright strike soon. So yeah, that's why I'm just waiting for that to resolve. All right.
Yeah, it's all coming out. That's why they mad. Like I said, they mad because it's all coming out, and people are not being quiet like us. And you got.
Yeah, Athens, you're right. It is your duty to update and tell the courts and the other places you moved. Incoherent babbling and energized, overly emotional outbursts. Lady Luma from the live chat.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even the same height. We don't even have the same body shape. Nothing. Idiots.
Yeah, Mary Trench. She's looking up Megan's old address on fucking Street View. For what? What purpose would you need that for if you're not going to go visit?
Right.
Other than to call some kind of fuckery or start some shit. I mean, what are the reasons?
Okay. So basically the point they're trying to do is like there are two things happening here. Equivocation and mind reading, right? Yeah, Street View can be intrusive, but stalking implies a pattern and an intent. So, and what Meghann and Shawn are doing here are they just collapse the nuance to maximize the outrage here. You know, these people went after Katie Joy. They looked up her Street View and stuff. Tina Alcutty did that and shared her whole like Google Map image with other people in messages. It's about the nuance. Stalking implies pattern and intent, and Meghann and Shawn are just trying to like farm outrage here. This is just equivocation of like treating different behaviors as identical, and also like mind reading, assuming intent to physically show up. Overstating something is rhetorically very convenient, yeah, and it can be credibility destroying. Yeah, you can call it what it is. It's invasive and it's weird, but don't inflate it further into a certainty about, intent. Unless you can show that there was a pattern. Can you demonstrate that there was a pattern? No. And then Meghann also said this thing, yeah? Where she's like, oh, she kept the old address intentionally so that Charla, who she mentions here as Kansas, right, wouldn't have her new one. Why it's that important? It's like, and then what happens is if like someone said in the live chat here, right? It's Meghann's responsibility to update the courts, and if the process server goes to the previous address, which is the address on the file to serve her, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's also like this is service of process adjacent. Depending on context, using an outdated address can complicate service and quote expectations also. Again, Meghann just, says, oh, it's fine, without presenting any nuance. Courts do care about accurate and about accurate contact and service details. Declaring nothing wrong with that without any legal grounding is not how the law works, and that's what the problem is with Meghann. She has no idea how law works. No fucking clue. And judges don't like it when people move and they on purpose do not update their address. And we have seen this again and again from Meghann. She proudly says she's never going to update her address. Courts don't like that. Courts care, as I said, courts care about accurate contact/service details. And Meghann should know that. She has a past that would include all this. just because you use legalish labels, right? And then also you use them incorrectly as an emotional cudgel, right? Like, what are you trying to do? Who are you trying to fool? Again, stalking is a pattern, not just one instance. Harassment is a pattern, not just one instance. You're just inflating terms. And I'm saying it again. Law uses defined elements. They don't use vibes. Meghann and Shawn use vibes instead of defined elements. Either they are ignorant or they're manipulative. Pick your poison at this point. I think so they're both. Next one we are going to go is 4059. That's where we're gonna go. Sorry. Okay, better. Even a couple of instances does not necessarily rise to it. Yeah, for stalking it has to be a pattern. Yes, you're right. You're right in trade. For harassment also, it has to be a pattern, isn't it? Hawkskull, wait, what? I thought Exiled had passed away. What's going on? Guys, so funny. And said that Steve has now surrounded himself with people like Exiled. No. So Lady Lumo is saying people like Exiled, Hawkskull. I think so. I think so. Exiled has passed. If I'm not wrong. They have passed. They are not amongst us anymore. So yeah. Yeah, that's true, Athens. If she fails to update her address, her driver's license becomes invalid if she drives. I don't think so if she drives. For both stalking and harassment. Yeah, you have to show a pattern, yes. And that's why, it depends what instances you're showing. And how many you're showing. It has to be a pattern. And it depends from state to state also. In some states, couple of instances can be harassment or stalking. For some states, they need more than couple, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, Little Lumo. Yeah, Little Lumo is right. They pass. These people act similarly to her. Yeah. All right. Dead people tell no tales. All right. I had something else. Give me a sec. Forgot. Media source. Okay. Browse. Give me 1 second, guys, till I go for the next one. Where's my jar of dirt?
Look what I got.
Oops, sorry. Sorry.
I got a jar of dirt. And guess
I've
what's
got a
inside
jar of
it?
dirt.
Look
I've
what
got a jar of dirt. Guess what's inside it? I want to put it here. Just cause I want to put it there. It's a distraction from everything. Oops. There we go. Enjoy it. Got a jar of dirt. I've got a jar of dirt. And guess what's inside it? Okay. So, 4059. Alright, that's what we were chasing. 4059. 4059. 4059. 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40. There we go. What the fuck is this? Okay. Okay, let's see. Heh. 4059, yeah. 4059. That was 4059, or did I get it wrong? Did I get it wrong? Ah, got it. Here we go. Found it.
Starters are in y'all's group. You creepy stalkers.
Exactly. We are not going anywhere to mess with anybody's home or anybody's family. But y'all act like you want to, and I guarantee if you come here fucking my family, you might not leave this bitch. Okay? I don't care what you say.
Hey Wolf, you remember how we laughed at this one last night? This comment?
Yeah. Where is the turkey shit coming from? I mean, are you talking about my different laughs? I mean, if that's the case, go ahead and talk about laughs. At least I'm laughing and smiling, having fun. While also doing pouting in your fucking diapers, crying about us. We ain't the same. You know what I'm saying?
I know you can't laugh at Chesh and Manya because, I mean, watching grass grow is funnier than watching those two.
Okay. So what did Shawn just do, right? We just saw. We just heard. He just threatened.
Starters are in y'all's group. You creepy stalkers.
Exactly. We are not going anywhere to mess with anybody's home or anybody's family. But y'all act like you want to. And I guarantee if you come here fucking my family, you might not leave this bitch. Okay? I don't care what you say.
Hey Wolf, you remember how we laughed?
So neutral viewers like us, we heard a threat, right? And this one line that, you know, Wolf said that, you know, and I guarantee if you come here with my here to whatever with my family, you might not leave this blah blah blah. Okay, I don't care what you say. Right? This line alone undercuts with everything like, you know, oh, we are not going anywhere to mess with anybody's home or anybody's family, or we are the reasonable ones. You know, that claim. This is threat posturing and is appeal to force. And it's not persuasion, it's an act of intimidation. And this also makes, makes it look like that Shawn and Meghann want conflict. You know, if the people who are usually confident in their evidence, they don't need to posture violence. And this claim about, like, you know, only that Meghann said, quote unquote, only your group needs restraining orders, and then Shawn says, you know, if someone comes to his family, you might not leave. This is actually gold to show that, you know, this is actually a gold mine for showing that they don't respect legal frameworks. They dismiss restraining orders as a tool while simultaneously making statements that sound like threats. You can't just mock the need for protective orders while making violent threats like you might not leave comments. This is exactly why court issue orders. I'm just saying, like... Alright, the next one is 44:46. Okay, like the 44 minutes, 46 seconds. Here we go.
You doing some wild shit in your chat. You got Athens over here, got picture of you up on his profile picture. You got Smitty want to have your babies, and you got Jack shaving his balls. What is going on in your chat?
What are you
What
doing,
is going on in your
Chesh?
room?
And
What
Chesh
are you
walks out in the.
Oh, give me 1 second. I think I got the wrong one. Where did it go? It was supposed to be a. Here we go. Found it. Sorry, guys.
We did
Long time
stop, and we were all quiet and didn't say anything. Guess who didn't stop? She didn't stop.
She's
That's who
coming.
didn't stop.
Demonstrate. Tell us the exact date when you stopped. And tell us the exact date you restarted to what you responded. And demonstrate when she didn't stop. Demonstrate it to us. As far as I see, it's just our live chat.
Listen here, man.
Sorry. It's just our live chat on the live stream. That's all it is. On their live stream. You're not showing anything to us. Absolutely ridiculous.
She's
That's who
coming.
didn't stop.
Listen here, man. Okay, listen. Okay, this shit should have stopped at the very beginning. Twitter tried to stop it. Twitter tried to help. I tried to help. We all tried to help. People that were docked tried to help. Twitter agreed with us that we were harassed, and they banned her to keep her away from us. She came back and claimed harassment on accounts that she should not have had, and then she took those accounts away.
So look who's coming back to do one last video.
Yes.
Okay. So this whole thing was with Twitter agreed we were harassed, treated, and they treated like adjudication. Okay, Twitter agreed with you and banned someone, therefore your story is validated. Number one, we know false reports happen all the time. Bulk, false reports happen all the time. You're confusing platform moderation with legal fact-finding. And that's a big legal literacy fail. They don't understand the difference between platform moderation and, a restraining order issued by a court. They don't understand the difference between both. I'm not surprised. A platform ban is not a court ruling, you fucking morons. Moderation decisions are not, evidentiary standards. Like, dude, come on. It's not that difficult, is it? Let's go to 4710. Before we go any further, I'm gonna share this again on Twitter. Good. That's why Shawn was worried, and that's why he came in trying to intimidate me under my, tweet. When I said I'm going to cover this today from the legal standpoint, because they know that if I do, they will look like idiots. And you're welcome, Shawn. You look like a fucking idiot. I did the same with Erin. She stopped doing her crime time her whatever this crime thingy thing she was doing. She stopped. You know why? Because I skinned her whole content apart. I did that to Steve too. Yeah, I'm bragging. Oh god, so stupid. Alright. Let's see, what was the next one? 47:10, and then we will go till 48:49. 29. Actually, we'll take it in two parts. 47:10 to 47:34, and then 48:16 to 48:29. That's what we'll do. 2 short segments. Brilliant. Let's do this. Here we go.
That they trace the accounts to Canada. I live in America, Southern Arkansas, not Canada. So obviously it wasn't me, but just bitch wants to slander my name and say it's me, I will have you as in court just as fast as that bitch we won't name. He fucking me,
and
old bitch.
Kathy
Shawn does not understand how computers work. And again, it's just him, trust me, bro. So I'll just get onto the proper timestamp now. We're starting from 47:10. Here we go.
P, I
You
did
fucking
show
with me.
proof on my members only. There was a ton of proof. Tons of it. Ask your friends to let them see it.
Yeah, just
They
because
all
you
have
can't
copies,
see,
so
yeah,
go watch it.
here's the thing. Just because you can't see the proof that's out there doesn't mean everybody else don't see it, Kathy P. That's your problem.
Yeah.
Again, that's like trust me, bro. That's what it is. With Shawn, it's all like trust me, bro.
I don't have to go to court and show shit. I won't go back to that kangaroo court if you pay me $1 million.
At your age, Kathy P, you should not be this fucking stupid.
Says the one who has no legal literacy. Oh my god. Again, this is the thing, right? They just attack other people, you know, call them stupid, make ad hominem attacks, while they present nothing. They present no evidence, no proof, and no proper, like, legal elements, nothing. No proper definition of legal elements, nothing to you know, build their case. Nothing. They just sit there and just yap away. You have good ears and you're not certain what you say is a good 1/4 of the time. I don't blame you. Alright, you know what? What time did we start? It's almost an hour. How about we take a brief break? Like 5 minutes? Well, not even 5 minutes, like maybe 10 minutes or something. And I'll get another cup of coffee for myself, or tea. And we'll be back. How about that? Does that sound good? Sneeze coming through. Sneeze. Come, please. Sneeze. Come on. Sneeze, 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 sneeze. Sneeze. Alright. Okay, let's take a break. I'll just get some tea and then we will be back. And then we will I will explain this segment again. Or should I? Okay, I'll complete this segment and then we'll go. Then we'll do the next 40 and 16 one, right? So what is so Meghann is saying, oh, there's proof hidden behind members only, and again, the evidence she showed, it was just like regular, you know, regular messages between people. That's all she showed, and she didn't show this evidence to the court for some reason, right? So it's not evidence. It's unverifiable shit. That's all it is. Unverifiable conversations, right? And again, Meghann, you put proof behind payment, and when I tried to present it to people, you struck the channel. It's just a marketing strategy. That's all it is. This is the unverifiable evidence problem. This is Meghann, like, I have proof, but you can't see it. It's again like Shawn does, you to trust me. Again, as I said before, redact the stuff you want to redact, but you are hiding the core proof behind a paywall, and then you demand public belief, blind belief. And then if someone tries to present that from outside the paywall for other people, you strike them, and then you silence them. Either show the claim here and the evidence, or stop demanding belief from people. This claim of tons of proof, you know, they just exist behind the paywall, and we saw when I did the stream, it was nothing. It was just regular text messages between people. And then you refuse to attend court by saying that it's a kangaroo court. This is anti-legal process rhetoric. Again, previously, you were like, oh, the restraining orders should be against these people. On one hand, you want to, you know, you want to, like, what do you say, weaponize the legal system. At the same time, you don't respect that legal system, but you're ever ready to weaponize it. This is, again, as I said, this is anti-legal process rhetoric. You want the people, or you want your viewers to treat you as truthful, while you reject the forum that is designed to test the evidence. Proof you can't see is not proof. You know, that whole thing behind paywall. And then you reject the legal, you know, the forum that is designed to test your truth via evidence that you present. You want belief without verification. Law is the opposite. Claims have to be tested and get tested. And that's why you don't want to go there. Because you just want to sit and make claims and don't want your claims to be tested. Fair enough? Ashley loves from the live chat. I have all this quote, I have all this evidence, but I won't show it to you, unquote. It's definitely a very honest behavior, and it's totally not like a tactic and basically every grifter has ever used. You know who else used to do that? Steve. Come to me privately, come to me in messages, and I'll show it to you. And we used to tell him, like, there's no need for such secrecy. But of course he did whatever the fuck he wanted. So yeah, they learned from their friend. From their very dear friend. Alright, let's take a break and then we will come back. A 5-minute break. I'll make myself a cup of tea again and then we'll start again. How about that? Sounds like a plan? Actually, you know what? Till then, do something else. No. You're gonna do something else. And you're gonna... Yeah. You're gonna do this. Listen to this. Listen to this while I come back. Yeah?
There we go, it's right here. How's that? Is that good?
Pow! Yeah, that's better.
There's
Much
our contempt counter.
You know? And I have
put it past it.
I'm always correct about these. I'm always correct about these things. I'm always like, as soon as these new round of orders always come up, KIL comes in and starts instigating bullshit, and these people go off because they think that there's at least one person supporting them, and they don't realize that someone's just like wants them to go to jail at this point. That's what KIL wants.
Yeah. Anyway, Erin's running around screaming and then screaming at everybody else to shut the fuck up when she's literally the only one with an order telling her to shut the fuck up. And here's the thing, if she really wanted everybody to shut up, she would stop. Because here's the thing, she wants the attention, 2, she said out loud that she wants the attention, and thirdly, she's making the assumption that everyone else is like her, because she made a bunch of content and she didn't shut up when somebody shut up and went away. And so she doesn't think that everybody else will shut up and leave her alone if she shuts up.
Yeah.
She's desperate.
She thinks everybody's like her.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's someone in the live chat. I don't know if that's Charlotte or not, but they made some comment about how the court works. I think so. I'll agree with them on this. They said when someone doesn't show up, the record for future cases and appeals is in the affidavit. That's the court record by default. If they show up, you know, the petitioner has to prove that what's in their affidavit.
Yes, that's how contempt paperwork. The paperwork that has come out specifically says they were supposed to show up, prove why they're not in contempt, prove why they shouldn't get a lifetime restraining order, why the restraining orders shouldn't be extended, and because they didn't show up, the court is like, all right, this is what was submitted, no other things were submitted, we understand we already have jurisdiction, we understand that we have an understanding of the premises and what's gone on, and blah, 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 blah. If you want to see that, check out all the videos coming out next week, because it's all the contempt stuff.
Yeah, they do not realize that restraining order and contempt orders are very different.
And you get them by default when you don't show the fuck up. We know this. Why do we know this? It happened to Kyle.
Yeah. In restraining orders, you have to prove your case. Yes. In contempt, when a judge signs on it, they have already considered what the petitioner has put in to say that these people are in contempt and agreed with the petitioner.
And on top of that, you know who else this happened to? Steve. He got his initial restraining order by default. Then he tried to have it overturned with a lawyer, failed to have it overturned, got it extended, and got contempt. Even with a lawyer.
And then lifetime, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, the extension was to a lifetime order.
Yeah, exactly. So again, I will explain this to everyone and all the and these morons who are trying to rewrite history. Restraining orders and contempt work very differently. When a judge signs a contempt order, they have seen the evidence, what the petitioner has put forward to say. Can I just finish this thought before I?
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. So when the judge signs the order for contempt, they agree with the petitioner, what the petitioner has already submitted as evidence.
Yes.
Right? So they're saying, okay, I accept your evidence and I agree with your evidence that yes, they are in contempt. Now it's their turn to tell me why I shouldn't hold them in contempt. That's how it is.
I'm gonna correct Prixie a little bit because this is, if Prixie is correct, if this was the initial filings, these are extensions to prior orders. So they are, and particularly with contempt. For contempt, you have to show up to prove why you're not in contempt. Because they already have the restraining orders and failed to show that to make that initial argument that they don't, then it goes into the next set. But I might have misread what you said, so if I misunderstood, my apologies. But I might have misinterpreted. I'm very tired today, so if I misread what you meant, my bad.
And also, we could say, at this point, if they chose to skip the contempt hearing, that means they agree with the judge that the judge made the right decision to hold them in contempt.
Right.
Simple as that.
Now, do they have an opportunity? Well, and the other question is, do they have an opportunity to appeal? And the answer is no, it's too late now. They've already...
Too late now.
They're past their time that they had to submit an appeal.
Yeah. Okay,
me and Prixie are on the same page. Perfect. Wonderful.
No, Smitty, you're not under oath. Neither, Chesh and I also have been released from our obligations and oaths, so unless we are called back. If
I said this a few months ago, sometime last year, and I'll say it again. Aaron, you are under an order that you're not allowed to talk about this. I'm not under an order. I can lie my ass off, and there's nothing you, in particular, are allowed to do about it.
Yeah.
Whether I'm telling the truth or not is not relevant to your fucking shit.
Order. So, yeah. And also, like, why would it matter? Chesh is not American. I am not American. Simple as that. You need to understand. And you're refusing to... Erin gets so mad when Erin gets mad when I'm able to explain her own country's laws very clearly, right?
Right.
Yeah, she gets mad as if, like, she is a very, like, American law-abiding citizen when she's not. She's not she mocks her own country's laws, and then she gets mad when someone else is from another country is able to explain her own country's law.
It's even further than that. It's beyond that. You're not from the United States. I'm not from the United States. P-Line's not from the United States.
Bitch!
Athens says, has Chesh really contacted Aaron's workplace or not? Who knows? Continue to gas that light. Chesh contacted her bar to inform them of what bartenders are expected to know.
And by the way, let me repeat that again. Meghann is not a nurse. She's not a nurse. She's not a nurse. She's just a fucking stay-at-home mom. That's all she is.
None of these people...
Yeah, go on, please.
None of these people are ever what they say they are. Erin is not a fucking bartender. She's not a fucking bartender. She might be doing the job. If she's doing that job, she's not a fucking bartender. No bartender would accept her as a bartender or accept her drinks. So she's not a bartender. Veda is not an artist. Veda's not a hacker. You know who else? Meghann is not a nurse.
And Steve is not a philosopher.
Steve is not a logical man.
I'm so glad that he has not streamed in months, and I am ready to go. The minute he starts to try to come back, I am ready to go, bitch. I'm just like, I'm gonna make sure this man never comes to YouTube.
Steve is not a patriot. There you go. That's a good one.
No,
I like
he's
that.
not. He's not. He's not. What was that? All that screeching and shouting that Steve used to do about, you know, stolen valor?
Oh, oofda. You mean when he said that Unirock wasn't behaving well enough to be considered a proper veteran? And there's definitely nothing comparable about Unirock's behavior and Steve's behavior. I don't know what you mean. Unirock doesn't have a restraining order, as far as I know.
Yeah, he had some, and he was able to resolve them. As far as I know, there were some cases against him. He was able to get them, you know.
Unirock won, Steve nothing. Good job.
Is back. Hello. We go back. Here we go. Now we are at 4816. That's what we'll do. No, they're not American, Padme. Alright. Dapper is not a linguist? Oh, really? Alright, let's go. Let's see. 4816, here we go.
There's more to it than that, but she won't tell you that, Athens. But here's the thing. You don't admit guilt to something that nasty without doing something that nasty. Think about it. You're clearly smart enough to figure that out, but if you ain't smart enough to figure it out, I don't have the answer for you. See a doctor. I'm not him.
And then Joan says, I would like to know why Aaron claimed Allison was so desperate to help get rid of you-know-who. So where's Allison? Well, that's a good damn question.
It's in the DMs, man. I've been
dropping
Where's
Allison?
It's in the DM.
But yeah, Aaron...
Okay. So, Shawn said here... this was... But here's the thing. If you don't admit to guilt to something that nasty without doing something that nasty, think about it, right? You claim smart enough to figure that out. So, this is one of the easiest logical errors that anyone can make, right? Or the logic errors in the world, if I might dare say. People do admit to things for reasons other than the truth. Right? It happens all the time. It's just a false premise. My audio... What? My audio is low? Huh? Really? Still? Okay. Let me see that for you. Why? Why is it still low? What's going on? Eh. See. Is it better now? Or is it still low? Please tell me. Okay, let me see if I can bring it up. Yep. Hello? Is that better? Is that better? Hopefully I'm not shouting. Hold on, let me just test it at my end. Really? Still? Okay. Let me see that for you. Let me just test it here. Why is it still low? Far better? Is it better now? Oh, it's still low. Yeah, I think so. I know what the problem was. It was the connection here was loose. It had come loose. Sorry. Thanks guys. I really appreciate it. Much louder and clearer mic. Audio. Okay, let's go. We are almost about to reach the end of this video, this stream. So yeah, so it's just a false premise, right? And ignorance of incentives. People confess, concede, or quote-unquote admit under pressure, confusion, fear, bad advice, fatigue, or to end escalation, or just to mess with people like you, Shawn. You know? Because you do not look for evidence, you do not try and verify anything that's presented to you as evidence. I don't think so you even know how to verify anything that's presented to you as evidence. So people find it very easy to quote unquote admit to things just to troll with you, right? And that's why context matters. Human behavior is not just a single variable equation. Admission doesn't mean equal to truth automatically. You simple-minded nincompoop. This is also like, this shows a lot of legal ignorance too, you know, about incentives, pleas, settlements, coercion, exhaustion, strategic admissions, and context. Like, admissions don't, this is not how admissions work. People admit to things for many reasons, as simple as to troll with people like you who do not understand if something is put in front of them, whether it's evidence or it's just something to troll with you, or if you want to verify it as evidence, how to go about it. So people just mess with you, Shawn. They don't respect enough to, you know, be truthful with you. They just mess with you. And that's why legal systems, they examine evidence, context, representation, and record. And that's why you will always fail in court, because you do not understand these things. You don't want to understand these things because it has an incentive for you. Because you can just close your eyes and go la 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 la, no, I can't see it, so it doesn't exist. Going on to the next one, that's clip 1 hour and 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Alright, let's see. 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, was it 2 minutes? Yeah, 2 minutes. Here we go, beautiful. Alright, and then after that, 1 hour, 6 minutes, and then I think so we are done with this one, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, then we are just done with this one. 2 more, and then we will be done with this one, then we'll start with the next one. Not bad, actually, not bad. I need to speed it up a little bit, but we should be okay. Where did it go? Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did you go, my lovely? Okay.
Let me clear something up too. This is another, like I said, this is the same overly privileged white woman who's stupid. They already shoots in box of dogs. She already stupid. Who thinks it's an attack when you clap back at someone. Let me explain something to you, old white lady, in your old ass motherfucking way. You're in 2025. A clap back is whatever happens.
This was 2026. Shawn is still in 20. Okay, hold on. This stream was done in 2026. Shawn is still stuck in 2025. Poor Shawn. Oh, poor Shawn. Oh.
Let me explain something to you, old white lady, in your old ass motherfucking way. You're in 2025. A clap back is whatever happens when somebody hits you first. So if you don't hit nobody, there'll be no reason for a clap back. Clap back does not equal attack. Are you educated now? You're welcome, bitch. Let me explain something to you, old white lady, in your old ass motherfucking way. You're in 2025. A clap back is whatever happens when somebody hits you first. So if you don't hit nobody, there'll be no reason for a clap back. Clap back does not equal attack. Are you educated now? You're welcome, bitch.
And here comes Chesh saying, weird how Kansas is consistent in her behavior, and what she is saying is going on in all of these messages.
So again, when they are saying Kansas, they are talking about Charla. I don't know. This is another tactic to dehumanize her, you know, dismiss her, and I don't know, and also like making a mockery of the whole legal system. When the legal system has told them, do not make like you know, a fictitious name of the petitioner, of the you know, protected party. Don't do that. And they're mocking the legal system by doing exactly that and dehumanizing Charla in the process. And also over here, like there's this, you can say that there's this like rare moment of clarity which is ruined by delivery. by Shawn, right? This is one of the very rare coherent claims that has been made tonight by Shawn. You could say a broken clock is right twice in a day, so you can go with that analogy, right? But what he does is that he wraps his claim in a lot of stereotyping and contempt. And what does that do is that makes even a correct point sound very unhinged. A clapback is usually, a response after provocation. And that can be valid, right? And that distinction can be valid. But when you deliver it with insults, it becomes performative domination instead of explanation. The idea is correct, but response isn't initiation. And also, now, can you just stop using it as a permission slip for abuse? The claim, and there's this claim, right? About, where is it? Hold on. Yeah, this whole they proved fake screenshots and perjury. Nobody lied under oath except Charlotte. Right? It happens here. If we go here and have a look.
How consistent are you when you are faking screenshots? We proved Kansas fake screenshots to lie about Twitter to a judge under oath.
Oh, big time. She's lied about a lot.
You don't do that. I guarantee you, none of us here, nobody here, has lied under oath.
So this is a very serious legal accusation that they have made. Perjury and fraud on court. And both Meghann and Shawn state that as a fact without showing any proof. This is perfect for that they're lying and reckless. This is a perfect example of that. If you want to claim perjury, then show the filing, the transcript, and the court finding. Otherwise, you're just throwing felonies around for content. That's all you're doing at this point. 106. This is the last one, if I'm not wrong, for this one. And then we will move on to the next. 106.26. There we go. There we go.
Alright. That's been opinion.
Joan thinks she's the judge. She says, I'm in contempt. You know what? Take your contempt and shove it right up your ass. Yeah. That's what you can do with your contempt.
These nuts, bitch.
We need to put that on a coffee mug. Contempt these nuts.
Again, mocking the courts.
I'm sure little mug somewhere probably in California. California. Mm-hmm. Oh,
Aaron saying you said her name, then said you used profanity. Shawn is the king of that. Oh, boo-hoo.
So again, all this, I'm in contempt, take your contempt and bleep, 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 contempt these nuts and blah, 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 blah. This is not clever. This is just self-owning, right? As I said, they are making a mockery of the court and, mocking legal concepts while they are in legal conflicts. So what does it do? They're just showing their contempt for the process. That's all they're doing. Even if you believe that the court is wrong, publicly mocking the court's authority is, strategically very dumb. It makes you look non-compliant, non-serious, and it makes your audience look like enablers. You can dispute rulings if you want to, but, you don't have to act like the rule of law is some sort of a meme. This is like they don't understand and they don't respect the law or how it works, right? Contempt is a court-enforced mechanism. Mocking it publicly, screams unseriousness and non-compliance, and that don't be surprised if the judge then hurls the whole book at you. In the end, I'll say contempt is not a meme; it's a court tool. Mocking it does not erase it, nor minimize it. And Intrigue is right Intrigue Feline from the live chat is saying, there's only one place to challenge the ruling, and that is in court. Exactly. So in the end, I'm done with all the ones that I was going to cover here. For the rest, what they have done, I'm going to... Where's the blurb that I typed down for it? Let me just see. Where are you? Here we go. So the rest of the transcript is just... It devolves into like... It's a rinse-repeat cycle. We have seen this time and time again, yeah? They swap evidence for insults. Treat mind reading as facts, like, oh, you pretend, you're jealous, you're delusional, you know, and use ad hominems, and they use platform outcomes or audience sentiment as if they are legal findings when they're not. They dangle vague, you know, quote-unquote vault threats, and instead of presenting any verifiable claims or evidence, they hide alleged proof behind members-only access while demanding a public, you know, belief. And then they pivot into status scoring, like money, housing numbers, looks, whatever, whenever the discussion risks to becoming, you know, being checkable or verifiable. The throw line is there's a consistent mismatch on how you know, law actually works. Elements, documents, jurisdictions, findings, and how they talk about it, right? There's a mismatch there. Label, certainty, vibes, and intimidation, which makes their quote, truth, unquote, branding read less like documentation and more like performance. That's what happens. Yeah, it's actually impressive how mad they are. Who the fuck is Meghann? You don't know who the fuck is Meghann? Padme! Where have you been? Yeah, I could also wish I could make a cappuccino. You're right. So yeah. So this is the first video. No, not the first video. The first stream. Right? So the next one we are going to cover is this one. This is on Meghann's channel, and this was done January 17th my time. This is the weekly roundup of 16th of January 2026. And how long is it? 2 hours. But I'm not going to cover all of it. I'm just going to cover the some few segments that I want to. That's it. And we are going to keep to that so that we are not going on forever, right? So again, what I'm gonna do is, before we start, I'm gonna bring up the transcripts. Here we go. That's better. I'm gonna get rid of that. And alrighty, here we go. What's the first timestamp that we have? 59 seconds. Alright, here we go. Oops. Okay, here we go.
Back this up. So probably by the time we go live on...
Oh, sorry. Give me a sec. Got it wrong. Wrong. No, actually not wrong. Okay, sorry. My bad. That's correct.
On Wolves on Wednesday, I'll have these. But I made an agreement with the judge. The judge laid out, if you take down a few videos, then I'll take the contempt off and you get a 3-year RO. She agreed to it. I agreed to it. There was no agreement with her. I agreed with the court, with the judge. Okay, she didn't come up with this shit. She's trying to act like she did, and that there's this whole other, all these other stipulations. There was no other stipulation.
All right. So Meghann's claim, I made the agreement with the judge. There's no agreement with Charlotte. By her, she means Charlotte, right? Again, this was full of contempt. Again, mocking the whole process and everything, right? So what Meghann is trying to do is, like, she's trying to escape the social meaning of agreement while still enjoying the benefit of what was ordered and accepted, right? if we listen to this carefully, right, because it's the first legal tell in this whole stream, she's trying to split reality into two universes: judge agreement universe and party agreement universe. And that's not how court outcomes work. Now I will explain it to you, Meghann, how. If the court entered terms based on what parties agreed to, or imposed conditions that were accepted in court, then legally the binding part is the order and the record. You don't wriggle out of it by saying, I only agreed with the judge. That's just semantic gymnastics. Right? Courts do not the courts don't care about your word games. They only care what was ordered and what was agreed on the record and what was filed. Doesn't matter whether you had the agreement with the judge or you had an agreement with her. Doesn't matter. There was an agreement. Copy, period. This is just trying to escape, fulfilling that agreement. That's what you're trying to do. A court outcome is binding because it is entered as an order, or it is memorialized on the record, not because a person later relabels it. That's just a distraction and deflection. It's equivocation fallacy, redefining agreement midstream. It's Mote and Bailey, no agreement, and then retreating it to, I didn't personally promise her extra things. Like, she goes on to say here,
I didn't agree to help her. I didn't agree to testify. I didn't agree on a document to testify against anybody. I didn't agree over the phone to testify against anybody, and I didn't agree.
So again, she started with, there was no agreement with her to, I didn't personally promise her extra things. If you accept terms of court, you don't get to later rename it and then avoid it using that renaming and relabeling. Obviously not. Why do they need this, semantic dodge? I don't get it. Why do this later? Maybe because you weren't planning to follow it in the first place? You know what is this called? Gamesmanship. And courts do not like that. Courts like honesty. They like commitment to resolving issues. And if you show, this sort of gamesmanship, the courts stop, trusting you. They don't trust you anymore. And then stop giving you chances. Just saying. And again, this whole thing about agreement with the judge laid out, if you take down a few videos, then I'll take the contempt off and get a 3-year arrow, right? You're just describing conditional relief and compliance requirements, right? That's all it is at this point. And then later, as if that none of that matters, how come it stopped mattering suddenly? I don't get it. The judge told you to remove some of the videos. Did you do that? No. Why? If you had an agreement with the judge, why didn't you follow it through? Right? What this tells me is that they have a cartoonish understanding of what contempt is. That's what Meghann has. Meghann has a cartoonish understanding of contempt. Contempt isn't a quote-unquote hurt feeling sticker. It's a court enforcement mechanism. If a judge says something like take down this certain content and the court will lift and modify contempt consequences, that is the court telling you this is how you purge the contempt and this is how you come back into compliance. That happens with every audit when you go out there. The auditor tells you, okay, if you do this, this, and this, you will be back in compliance, and I will not, say that you're non-compliant. You have to make remedies for that, and the court told you what remedies to make, but for some reason you decided not to follow those, not to complete those remedies. I get it, Meghann, it's too complicated for you. I get it, but this is for my audience. And then you go on to say, like, we could communicate, we had to copy the court. That's huge. That's not a cute suggestion. That's like court trying to build, trail or to prevent manipulation, harassment claims, and off-the-record games. So, if they're ignoring that condition, they aren't proving that the other side lied. They're proving they don't understand why the condition exists, and they're comfortable violating the guardrails. That's what you are doing. Right? So this part
That's
here.
right.
You didn't agree
Yes.
with that
The judge did say that we were allowed to communicate, but to copy the court. Okay, because he said when you get those few videos together, and he kept saying few, not 108, to send, that she needed to send them to the court. Right? That never happened.
Not to take down her whole channel.
Yes.
Right.
So Meghann says that never happened. Like, she never, CC'd the court, or she never sent them to the court. Show us. Show us where she didn't send them to the court. Because so far what we have seen is you just say things and you present nothing. You present no court documents, no court, documentation or signed, orders from the judge. Nothing. You have shown nothing so far. So why should I believe you when you say that, Sharla didn't do something? This is just like so fallacious and like such like bad tactics. Trying to, misrepresent enforcement as some, petty drama, and then doing selective reading. Quoting like few videos apart while, ignoring the compliance machinery. Compliance is not optional, Meghann. Just because you don't like Sharla. You're not at a buffet where you get to select what you want to eat. God. If you go back here, right? If we go and listen to this part, 140, 136 and 142.
Against anybody, and I didn't agree over.
Intrigue feeling from the live chat. I doubt the judge said that. Yeah, I'm saying show us. Show us where the judge said that. And she just keeps switching. Yeah, the judge said to do this, but then there was illegal communication.
Anywhere to testify.
Let me tell you something else Meghann didn't agree with. Meghann did not agree to be illegally communicated with. I was emails that didn't go through the court or illegal. All that communication.
That's right.
Meghann didn't agree.
Again, prove us that it didn't go through the court, or the judge said that in the first place. Where is it? Show us. You're just making these claims, and in this process what you're trying to do is you're making a claim, you're forcing Sharla to disprove your claims by, presenting evidence so that you can keep on, re-victimizing Sharla. And stay in contact with her indirectly by doing so on social media platforms. We see what you're doing. We saw what Aaron was also doing.
Yes. The judge did say that we were allowed to communicate, but to copy the court.
So again, like, either it was court-permitted communication under condition, or it was illegal contact. You don't get both. You're trying to go for the both. And you're just trying to build up this classic rhetorical, this is classic rhetorical fog. You're using the word illegal as a weapon to make audience feel that a crime happened. While admitting the judge allowed the contact, whether the judge specified that they need to be CC'd in it or not, you have to prove it because you made that claim. Otherwise, it's just trust me, bruh. Manya, what is your favorite chemical concept that people might know about? I think buffers are kind of cool. I have a couple. Let's see. It's oxidation, reduction, but there's one more concept. I forgot the name. My dad like drilled it into my fucking brains. Hold on. I'll bring it up. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I forgot it. I know how you describe it. Ah, yes. Conformational analysis. So, it's the idea that a molecule can be viewed from different angles by rotating around a single or sigma bonds, giving different conformations like staggered versus eclipse. There's Newman projection. You look straight along a bond axis, usually see carbon-carbon, and draw what you see. That's a classic way to compare those different angles. And then there's dihedral angle, sawhorse projection, stereochemistry versus 3D orientation, and all that stuff. You asked the question, so I'm telling you. I loved that. I loved it because it was drawing. It was That's why. Alright. So this is all so sloppy, right? And this is rhetorical fog. They're trying to create a rhetorical fog. They're trying to use the word illegal as if some big crime happened, you know, while also admitting that the judge allowed the contact. And this is all just persuasive manipulation. The audience hears the word illegal and stops thinking. And that is the point. They use these legalish terms without defining the proper elements. And use loaded language as vibe, like illegal, like just as vibes. So the next one is 238, 326. There we go. Okay, here we go.
It's like Alice. You keep saying, guess what, bitch? It don't fucking matter to me.
Hold on, did I get the right one? 238, yeah, I got the right one.
You saying it like it means something to me. It doesn't, it means toilet paper to me. Wipe my ass paper.
Why is he so obsessed with ass? I don't get it. I think so he wants something in his ass.
To me. Why you saying that? Bitch, because you have nothing on me. You act like you have something on us. You have nothing on us, and your friend has nothing on us either. You understand, bitch? I was never served. That means due process is not followed. My rights are violated. Any kind of judgment you think you got is null and fucking void, dude. That's the law. That's the fucking law, bitch. You ain't got shit. I'm a free fucking man with no criminal record. And I'm gonna call you a dirty ass hoe, stank, blood, all day long until I fucking feel like it. And you know what you can do? Suck on these.
He can't breathe.
Nuts.
Exactly. Yeah.
I feel good tonight. I'm good.
Okay. Shawn. This is all like legal illiteracy, right? That's what it is. In its purest form, if I might dare say. Yeah, it's just, I don't know why he made walrus sounds. Yes, chem geometry. It's so crazy. Yes, I agree with you, Lazy Lomo. Yeah, I love that concept. It used to bamboozle my brain, but I used to love it because it bamboozled my brain and I wanted to solve it like a puzzle. So, yeah. So, yeah. Sorry, give me a sec. Okay, here we go. So this is just legal illiteracy in its purest form. He thinks quote-unquote criminal is the only category where the law applies, right? Yeah, there's nothing civil. Right? Civil orders exist, Shawn. Contempt can be civil too. Protective orders are often civil. Your orders were civil at the start. Now you're slowly moving towards criminal. Injunctions are civil. Learn something. Oh my god. You don't have to be Pablo Escobar for a court to tell you stop doing this or stop doing that and then punish you if you don't stop. The most funniest part is that he keeps declaring that's the law, quote unquote, without stating any actual legal rule. He's not quoting anything from anywhere. It's just dominance talk, that's all it is. And he's just dressing it up as jurisprudence, that's all it is. Just because, like, no criminal record doesn't mean that you're immune from civil enforcement. Or that you're immune from contempt. That's not what it means. And the fallacies are non sequitur. No record doesn't mean that there can be no, civil consequence or court consequences from the court. Performative certainty, that's what it is. Repeating slogans instead of any rules or laws or quoting anything or referencing anything. And then, like, in the end, being loud about your freedom does not dissolve a court order, Shawn. Simple as that. That's not how reality works. Why am I being so reasonable with this guy? I don't know. Ashley Loves from the live chat. I think he wants to get a contempt charge that you put up there. Did I miss something? Can you explain it a little better? Like a little more? It went right over my head. Yeah, that happens to me. Alright, we are gonna move now. Jump to straight to 36 minutes. 36 minutes 9 seconds. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Here we go. Excellent.
Violence or promote.
Okay, here we go. We'll start from here.
Right.
They get what they get. All of them get what they get. Really. No violence. We don't do violence. You get what y'all get.
We don't do violence or promote it.
Exactly. We want to defend our homes. That's the only thing we do around here. We defend our homes. That's it. And this thing, we don't have to worry about defending our homes. None of us at all. None of these bitch-made ass motherfuckers gonna pull up. Not a goddamn one of them. I wish one of them would pull up here and make me the happiest fucking man in the world. Without film me beating your ass on my goddamn property, dude. Any of you dudes want to come test me. Oh, don't test my skill. I can use the workout. Beating your ass on my property. Any guy that wants it, come get it. Come fucking get it. Notice I said come get it. I didn't say I was going nowhere. I said come get it.
Well, sorry, I had to mute. Guess what I was just doing, y'all? A sheriff just rolled up, and guess what? He didn't arrest me.
Yeah, definitely that happened. All right. So this whole thing, like, we don't do violence while he is like issuing threats, right? He did that at 3:55, if I'm not wrong. If we go back here, if I look at my notes, right? I did it here. Here it is.
Coming to her. She really does.
I'm not giving any details, no information at all. And she don't even fucking know what's about to happen. It's going like a fucking
He deserves every bit of karma that is coming to her. She really
all
does.
Legal karma, no violence, all legal. Yeah. Oh, I'm about to
right, legal karma. I don't wish violence on anybody.
Yeah, we don't do violence. We don't do violence.
What?
We have a lot to go over tonight.
Sorry, what?
So, but we have a lot anybody.
Yeah, we don't do violence. We don't do violence.
But we have a lot to go over tonight. So, anyway.
So, they keeps using these terms, right? Let me jump back to the original timestamp. That is 3609. 3609. Here we go. Right? 3609 to 3654. Here we go.
None of these bitch-made ass motherfuckers gonna pull up. Not a goddamn one of them. I wish one of them would pull up here and make me the happiest fucking man in the world. Without film me beating your ass on my goddamn property, dude. Any of you dudes want to come test me. I don't test my skill. I can use the workout. Beating your ass on my property. Any guy that wants it, come get it. Come fucking get it. Notice I said come get it. I didn't say I was going nowhere. I said come get it.
As if that, you know, minimizes what you just said. That you're not going to go to someone. You're gonna wait for someone to come to you. Like.
Well.
So, like, you see what happened, like, at the start of the stream, around, like, the 3-minute, 55-minute mark, they're like, oh, karma is coming, the legal one, not the violent one. And here, Shawn, at 36 minutes, he's now making, you know, violent physical threats. They start with, we don't wish violence on anyone, and then later, Shawn invites people to fight, and then harm them on his property. This is the I am peaceful mask, you know, slipping. They want to say this whole thing like, quote unquote, we don't want to promote violence because they know how it looks, but then they immediately, you know, drift into threat-shaped speech. This contradiction matters both legally and rhetorically. It destroys their credibility. Either you're not about violence, in which case stop fantasizing about people getting hurt. Or you are, and your denial is just plausible deniability. That's what it is. You start your stream in the beginning with, we don't want any violence, guys. We want, you know, legal violence. And then here is Shawn saying, you know, I can use the workout beating your ass on my property. Any guy that wants it, come get it. And then he's like, I wish one would pull up here and make me the happiest man in the world without film me beating your ass on my goddamn property, dude. Like, what is it? Either you are either, as I said, either you're not about violence, in case, stop fantasizing about people getting hurt. Or you're doing it on purpose for plausible deniability, and you're being dishonest, and you are a liar and a manipulative person. Shame on you. And that the legal repercussion of that is, you know where the line is. You know where the line is, and you know how to skirt it. You know who does that? Domestic abusers. They do that. People who like hurl domestic violence on their partners, on their family members. They do that. They know how to skirt the law and escape it. And that's what exactly you are doing, Shawn. Also, this whole thing on my property is not some magic phrase that turns assault into some legal hobby of some sort. And as I said, people who talk like that usually learned law from action movies. Plus, they have an idea, a basic idea of how, or they want to skirt the law. Let's just say that. You want to skirt the law because you have learned law from action movies, so you think that by saying such phrases, you can, you know, skirt the law. And I saw some magic phrase that turns your assault into a legal hobby. Or, you know, you can say that, see, judge, I didn't say that I'm going to go there. I told them to come to me. You still laid your hand on that person, you idiot, you nincompoop, you brain dead, rotten brain, no morals, no ethics, you know, fucking nincompoop. Self-defense is not a free pass, Shawn. Threats can create legal and platform consequences regardless of the disclaimers. That's why you gotta be careful, and you gotta be you know, responsible when you are on platforms like YouTube. The fallacies that he is trying to you know, go with here are plausible deniability, moral licensing. We said we don't want violence, and then use it as a shield. You can't just sermonize no violence and then audition for the Fight Club, Shawn. You can't do that. Athens from the live chat, watching Suits doesn't make you a lawyer. Suits is highly inaccurate and things in the series would never happen. Exactly. Is YouTube being dumb filtering stuff, is it? Yeah, it does that sometimes, doesn't it? Especially if you're trying to use OBS and shit. Just like... And my screen decided to just like have a mind of its own. I want to jump back a little bit. I want to go to 2217. I missed this timestamp. Let me just see. And then... this one, and then we'll go to another one and do a comparative study of that one too. Yeah, okay. We are going to go back to 2217. Yeah. And I think so that's why Shawn was afraid. Because he knew, I will nitpick these things and I will expose him for what a hypocrite and a double speak person he is. He speaks from both sides of his mouth. That's what he does. And he doesn't like it that a woman of color like me, who's from a third world country, just fucking rips him apart. All his rhetoric apart, all his lies, all his double standards, his hypocrisy, everything. He does not like that. Makes him feel small. That's what it does. Alright.
I covered up a lot of shit.
Okay, sure. Let me get ready.
Let me tell you, this is the process server they sent to Aaron's house is this guy right here. In my screen. Okay, ready?
Okay. Oh, there it is, Wolf. Okay, I see it. Yes, there you go.
Unveiling every get your story straight before you
sorry, Wolf.
like a fool.
Get your fucking screen in order.
Because you look like a fool.
What the fuck was that?
Here, y'all.
She does.
In February 2012, a teenager ran away from an Albany facility, which was not identified. She boarded a bus for Utica, New York, where a cabbie, I blocked out his name, approached her. This guy approached a teenager, had her sit in his cab, and told her he'd find her a place to stay. You overheard him say on a phone call, "I got you some fresh meat." The cabbie...
Okay. So I'm gonna skip it because I don't want to... Here we go.
The girl was only 16 years old. This guy let her into the process server, and that's the process server they sent to Aaron's fucking house.
Yeah, that's the process server, exactly. Yeah.
And I'm going to prove again these motherfuckers don't have any idea about how law works. And then they're gonna screech from their fucking, treetops. Like and share. Gives a thumbs up.
That's what they said to Aaron's house. That's what they said. Now, Aaron's a woman. Okay? Her husband might not have been home when this happened, when she was served, but that's who they sent to Aaron's fucking house. Fuck that bitch. Oh, fuck Candace. Go to hell.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, there are some issues with the process server. Apparently, he had a record in the past, right? And apparently this process server ended up at Aaron's house. Now, it looks like he had some... Now, suddenly, Shawn is very concerned about women's safety, but for me and Chesh, he was hoping that he could drop them off in the middle of his hood. That's what his words were. His neighborhood, sorry. And that, that he wanted to see if we could get out of there without prostituting ourselves. So he wanted us to get, human trafficked. But that's a point besides this, what we are going to talk about. So the process server had a record, and by I misspoke. It was neighborhood that I wanted to say. So there was an issue with the process server. They had a record apparently against a 16-year-old, and this process server with the previous record. And if I'm not wrong, that was in 2000 and let's see. That was in 2012. So that was 13 years ago, right? And so they're saying that this person was sent as a process server to Erin's house, right? Even if their story about the process server is accurate, it still doesn't prove what they think it proves, right? What service is about? Was the service done in a legally permitted way? Is there a proof of service? Was notice achieved? What they're trying to do here is they're trying to cause a moral panic here. To imply that the petitioner personally selected a villain to terrorize someone. That's not evidence. That's just narrative. They have no way of proving that. And this is a classic red herring also. I know Shawn, Meghann, it just goes right over your head, so don't worry about it. It's not for you. It's for my audience. This is a classic red herring, right? Distract the audience with something horrifying so nobody asks the basic questions right. Do you have the affidavit of service? Do you have the filings? Do you have the court record? Right? The validity of service doesn't hinge on moral disgust. It hinges on compliance with service rules and proof. Right? And again, the thing is, if you have a problem with the process server, Erin has to ask New York why they selected this process server to send to her house. It's her state that selects which process server goes to her house to serve her. Sharla has no role to play in it, unless they can prove otherwise. And they presented nothing. Correlation is not causation. Maybe you would like to Google that, Shawn and Meghann. Let alone from the live chat. Absolutely, the person's character has nothing to do whether the proper service was achieved or not. If you have problem with the person's character or you have any moral problems, right? Go and talk to the New York State, because they are the ones who select the process servers, not Sharla. She doesn't do that. She has no say in it unless you have a document lying somewhere that proves otherwise. Oh, it doesn't like you using the specific three-letter word that starts with A and ends with the S. Okay. Yeah, right, they're just a person. What if this job was their way of proving they have changed? Right? It also begs the question, Intrigue Feline from the live chat. Yes. The next one is 2346, and then we'll compare it to 1 hour and 5 minutes. That's what we will do. Yeah, it's begging the question because it implies she knew of the background. Yeah, Sharla had no way of knowing this person's background. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, that's invasive. For some reason, their privacy matters, but nobody else's. Alright, so 2346. Here we are.
Talk about the process servers when there's a bunch of shadiness going on.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't even served. I wasn't even served. The person unnamed said it was left on the doorstep in the mailbox. That's not how you get served in Arkansas. In fact, it was illegal for that person to touch wherever mailbox they touched, but it wasn't mine. So y'all committed a crime there. I'm laughing at you all the way to the motherfucking business.
All right, what do we have here? We have...
So... Shawn is saying, I wasn't even served. The person unnamed said it was left on the door in the mailbox. That's not how you get served in Arkansas. In fact, it was illegal for that person to touch whatever mailbox they touched. It wasn't mine, so y'all committed a crime there. Alright, and now we are going to compare it to 105.45. Let's go. 1 hour and 45 minutes. There we go.
Let me get it.
Let me show y'all what she says right here. Seriously, right there? Mailbox! Mailbox, y'all!
Not the point that it says you refuse to open the door. Shawn was such a scared pussy that he refused to open the door. Oh my god, such a fucking scaredy cat. If you can grab the quote from the statutes for me, Feline, that will be great.
Do y'all know that it's illegal in the state of Arkansas to do that?
You know what? Really? Is it? Is it? Citation needed. Where's the citation, Shawn? Please. We have the citation. Entreat Feline from the live chat. Under AR code, Arkansas if I mean, 1655-114-2024, it is stated clearly, by leaving a copy there with a person over the age of 16 years residing in the same family with him or her. If no such person is there, then by affixing a copy to the front door of the place of abode. There we go. Here we are. Beautiful. Thank you, Feline. Ta-da! Look. Since the process server has attested that a person is present within the abode by leaving it in the mailbox, it suffices as affixing it to the front door of the place of abode. That is made clear under administrative order of the Arkansas Supreme Court in 2018, among others, but easiest I could find. To be exact, one cite 1 natural persons. If the defendant is a natural person at least 18 years of age or emancipated by court order by a delivering a copy of the process to the defendant personally, or if he or she refuses to receive it after the process server makes his or her purpose clear by leaving the purpose in close proximity to the defendant. The close proximity would mean the mailbox. One more thing, ignoring the process server doesn't invalidate the service. If it was that easy, everyone would do it and courts would be getting nowhere. There are provisions as explained above to deal with the exact situation and still properly serve someone. And we know, we saw, right? We saw here. Refused to open the door. Shawn refused to open the freaking door. I rest my case. So, yeah.
That means Wolf was not fucking served. That means you ain't got shit up on me. That means any judgment you think you got is null and fucking void, bitch. Oh, I'll tell you what.
Shawn apparently knows better than a judge. Shawn, who is I don't think so, who is even like past high school, knows better than a qualified, experienced judge. Sure, Shawn, sure. Sure.
That we won't name. I tell you what, I'm a dare your sorry ass to try and fucking enforce it. I dare you. I'll be here waiting to blunt my goddamn finger.
What? Did he say kill you? Hold on.
That means any judgment you think you got is null and fucking void, bitch. Oh, I'll tell you what, that we won't name. I tell you what, I'm a dare your sorry ass.
Beat your sorry ass.
Enforce it.
So he's gone back to now, making violent threats. But I thought they don't make violent threats. That's what they said at the start of this stream, didn't they?
I'll be here waiting to blunt my goddamn finger. I fucking dare you.
Exactly. Look, even the dogs start barking.
My goodness, they're fucking audio is so horrible. This whole thing like tells us that this like Shawn learned his like law from Facebook comments. That's what he did. He read some Facebook comments and then he thought he knew how the law works. Service rules, as we saw from Intrigue Feline's research and quotation, right? Sorry, my bad. I should have taken that out of the way. Right? We saw that from Intrigue Feline's citation. That service rules are detailed and jurisdiction specific. Sometimes personal service is required, sometimes substitutes for service is allowed. In this case, it was like allowed by approximation, like you can leave it around near to the place of abode, and a mailbox suffices for that. Sometimes even mailing is permitted. Sometimes, and as I said, sometimes leaving the documents at a dwelling is permitted. It depends on the case type and the ruling being invoked, Shawn. You would know all this if you had a lawyer. Or simply asked us. But the key is, even if service was defective, the remedy is a court finding, not some, guy on YouTube yelling null and void. Courts decide the validity, not vibes. Again, vibes don't decide anything. And also not volume, or the loudness, or the decibels. And certainly not, quote, mailbox, therefore I win, unquote. He's trying to stamp his own paperwork with void like he's the Supreme Court, of his own living room or something like that. You cannot self-declare a defective service. It has to be litigated and ruled on. Unless the judge says it's defective, it's not. It's effective. So Shawn is doing a lot of overgeneralization here. He's, again, cosplaying legalese. You don't get to unserve yourself, Shawn. That's not how it works. God, this is so stupid. Alright, 4354. Let me see how much else I have. Yeah, not just 3 more instances, and we should then switch to the next one. And again, if you notice, I'm talking about their conduct, their claims. Right? I'm not saying anything about what Sharla has said or done or whatever. I'm asking them. They made claims. I'm refuting them, or I'm refuting their rhetoric, their logical fallacies, and asking for evidence from them that I can verify based on the claims that Shawn and Meghann are making. Nowhere I'm talking about Sharla's claims here against them. Maybe once, just once. Because I had something from Sharla on Twitter. Fair, I guess? Yeah, Feline is right. Feline supported it by citation of court rulings, and that is how you tackle it. That is how you work with your motions also. You cite court rulings to, say, oh, this is how, and evidence to say this is how you reached a legal conclusion. And lawyers can be wrong too. That's why it has to be, what does it say? It has to be litigated and it has to be ruled on. The judge has to rule it. The judge will rule it whether a case was dismissed or not. And due to what it was dismissed or not. Right? Alright. So we jump back a little bit. It's 4354. Alright, let's go. Law isn't vibes, bruh. Right? Oh god. Adarahasanam Hoge juda Zamana हमारी चाहतों का मिट ना सकेगा फसाना. Here we go. Here we start from.
He's one for that. On your own fucking paperwork, bitch. You a dumb fuck.
And let me tell y'all something. You trolls can yell contempt. You can count 900,000 contempts all you want. You can take your contempt, shove it right up your ass, because guess what? I don't care. I'm never going back to that court again, ever. So I don't care. I don't care.
Let me tell you guys something that's 100% fucking facts. None of us are going to that court. None of us are paying a dime, and nobody's going to jail. From our side. That's fact. Y'all need to eat that shit like a dick.
So you want to be fugitives from the law? Okay, whatever.
And shut the fuck up. That's fucking fact for you right there.
No.
And you hate me telling you the facts, but the facts are the facts. Well,
you don't say facts. You just give vibes and you just make claims. That's all you do. That's all you have, vibes and claims. That's it. Nothing else. And you present nothing. You don't know what facts are. Somebody. Hold on. So I had written down a rant about Shawn. Hold on, if I can just bring it up here somewhere. Let me see. I wrote a rant about Shawn. Right? This whole thing about that, like, it made me go mad. Like this thing, oh, I bring facts all the time, right? So, and I just like sat and I just like started like writing and typing. So like when Shawn says facts, right? It's he just brings one assertions, right? And then predictions and threats. And then factual fragments, then he just overextends into conclusions. That's what he does. You know, he references proofs and screenshots and screen recordings and, you know, some paid tracing service and etc. He doesn't provide any verifiable details for that though, right? There are no filings, docket numbers, or you know, paperwork, nothing. And then sometimes he just uses his own actions as some sort of facts, like, oh, I blocked someone, I posted this, and I paid someone, or I'm going to submit it, I'm going to legally prove it. Those are not facts. And he never delivers any testable, independently checkable facts in the moment. What he does is he declares conclusions without showing the underlying evidence for it. He uses, you know, the phrase "I'm certain" as if certainty creates truth. Like, you know, the words like 100%, that's the law, no mistake. That doesn't create truth. That's just you stating things. A conclusion is not a fact unless you show how it was established, Shawn. And then he substitutes intimidation for proof. You should fear what's coming legally. Right? That's his go-to thing. Quote unquote, I'm procuring your information. And then he uses guilt by association to imply crimes. These are not facts. And then he he treats minor details as some sort of like decisive proof. For example, this platform wouldn't use that word, therefore fake. Like, that's not authentication, it's just word vibes. That's what it is. So in the end, Shawn keeps saying facts, but he mostly gives claims, conclusions, not evidence. A fact is something that can be checked. You cannot check what Shawn says. Like, we could check what Intrigue Feline was talking about service. They quoted the citation. They quoted the law where they picked it up from. A fact is something that can be checked via docket entry, and order, and affidavit, a written law, a court order, some time-stamped, file, an unedited screenshot with context, and then you have to prove that it's unedited. What Shawn offers instead is just certainty words like 100% and for a fact, and plus threats about what he will do legally, quote unquote. This is just performance from Shawn, that's it. For Meghann, she just she says there's no proof, and then she makes up big allegations like set up from day one, quote unquote, and forgery, quote unquote, without presenting anything to verify. And that's narrative warfare. That's my rant about Shawn and Meghann's, they bring facts. And that's why Shawn was afraid, because I just went like crackety crack. And I was like, let's go. Yeah, I was reading out my name from the live chat, and the idiot thought that I said a horrible word. I would never use that word. If you ever go back, how far I have my live streams and stuff, even with Steve, I've never used that word. Ever. That should tell you something. Holy shit. Alright. Alright, rant over. Let's finish this clip. Sorry. Okay, here we go.
Yell contempt. You can count 900,000 contempts all you want. You can take your contempt, shove it right up your ass, because guess what? I don't care. I'm never going back to that court again, ever. So I don't care. I don't care.
Let me tell you guys something that's 100% fucking fact.
Athens from the live chat said, you said internet. It was the IN in the internet he heard. Probably that, or that, my name. Either one of those words, he got confused. Oh yeah, he has been corrected on that, and he refuses to, because, admitting that you're wrong is like defeat for Shawn in life. Yeah. Lady Luma, you're right. It was no mania can't. No mania can't. Oh my god. God. Okay. Alright.
None of us are going to that court. None of us are paying a dime, and nobody's going to jail. From our side. That's fact. You don't need to just eat that shit like a dick and shut the fuck up. That's fucking fact for you right there. I know you hate me telling you the facts, but the fact.
No.
That's the fact, whether you hate them or not. I don't care. I don't give a goddamn. If you think for 1 fucking second that.
You give a goddamn because you keep trying to rewrite the narrative again and again and again, and you try to relitigate your case on social media again and again and again. You care, Shawn. You care. Me, a very proud black man with no criminal record is going to jail for you fucking criminals? You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. That ain't never gonna happen. Never.
I don't care if you're sick to death of trying to convince people you're the real pork chop. We know you're not.
Okay. So this is where, they actually admit that their entire legal strategy is, I refuse. I won't. right? Courts don't operate on consent. They operate on jurisdiction, orders, and then enforcement. If you're under an order, then you're under an order, and ignoring it doesn't, make it go away or delete it. Actually, it can escalate the enforcement. And what they're also doing is very psychologically very obvious, right? It's all false posturing and bravado. When people are anxious about the consequences, they posture. But posturing doesn't change record. Refusing to appear or comply can increase exposure and escalation, not reduce it, Shawn. Fallacies that are being committed here are denialism, appeal to bravado, Just because you close your eyes doesn't mean the problem goes away or the court goes away. That's not how it happens. Alright, 5533, and then we compare it to 10149. Okay, 5533. So I'm demonstrating to you how they do not understand law. They do not understand law at all. And I think so I'll do this again. I did that with Erin. She shut the fuck up. Obviously. Maybe now I'll keep doing with these morons till they understand, till it clicks in their fucking rotten brains. You can hope for the best, right? Alright, let's see. Okay, here we go.
I'll say assets because I made sure there's nothing in my name, and I did that on purpose. So kiss my ass.
Right-handed Sith, I wonder what they would say when a judge issues a bench warrant for their arrest for contempt. Well, Erin already has one. Erin Costello has a bench warrant by her own admission. She has a bench warrant for arrest. Where's the Judge Dredd? Alright, here we go. So, alright, let's go back and start again.
I'll say assets because I made sure there's nothing in my name, and I did that on purpose. So kiss my ass.
If the devil came up today from hell and said everybody on fire.
So Meghann said that she has made sure that there's nothing in her name, and she did that on purpose, right? Now we go to 10149. Let's go to 10149 quickly. Here we go.
Meghann said, I'd rather be dead than pay that bitch a fucking penny. Ever.
Yeah.
They ain't worth a fucking penny. Why would I give her one?
They could calculate all they want, Manya, but she won't get a dime from me, and there's nothing to garnish, and I will always make sure.
Oh, they're quoting me because I said I think they will calculate interest based. That was interest. I don't know. Autocorrect. I hate autocorrect. So I wanted to say I think they will calculate interest based on the number of installments, with the final amount will reflect that, just like any loan repayment, which is how usually it works. Or Intrigue Feline can tell me if I'm wrong. So here we go.
One.
They could calculate all they want, Manya, but she won't get a dime from me, and there's nothing to garnish, and I will always make sure that's the case. I promise you that.
The government won't touch my disability. You think they're gonna give it to that bitch? You're a fucking idiot if you think that shit. Oh my god.
I don't care if you have everything on paper. Nobody believes your papers except for you and your goons.
So, thanks, Meghann, for that confession. I'm sure the judge will be very happy to listen to that. Thanks. You know what that is? Do you know what that is when you try to hide your assets from the government? What is that, Intrigue Feline? What is that called? Feline, help me out here. The timing of putting nothing in your name is crucial here then. If it happened after, it is clear that there ought to be compensation, but it is by design moved after that. What is that called, Intrigue Feline? If you can prove that, and someone's actually confessed it, then you can still be held unaccountable, and the assets or otherwise will be redirected. The government can actually, not the government, sorry, the court system can actually, freeze everything. Freeze structuring, restructuring, redirecting. Thanks, Meghann. Thank you very much. Got him. There was a reason I wanted to cover all this, because I was like, oh my god. There's a big delay. I know there's a delay, but I got it. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. But you just saw what happened, right? Why is Meghann so stupid? All right. Yeah, it's buffering, is it? It's that bad? Holy shucks. Yay. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can do something about this. Yeah, it says connection is poor for some reason. I don't know why. Okay. Hopefully this helps. Okay. Hopefully this helps. Still buffering? Really? Hold on, let me see. Please use pre-frame frequency. Not being sent. Open. Error. Okay. Okay, let me see what I can do, guys. That is not good. Settings. And then play. Okay, let's see. Holy shucks. 5 minutes? Okay, let me just, audio streaming. Okay, you're not receiving enough. Keyframe. Okay, apply. Okay. Hopefully this helps. Did that help in any way? No improvement? I don't know why, it's showing okay for me here. Okay. The stream's bitrate is higher than the recommended. Okay. $6,800. Let's see if I go to 30,000. Oi, vey, give me a sec. Bitrate off. Technical difficulties, everyone. It should be okay now. Yay, it worked! It worked, it worked. It worked, it worked. I figured it out. Eh. Alright. Returning back to our resuming the broadcast. Seems fixed maybe. Yeah, I reduced the bitrate. I reduced the bitrate. When I reduced it, like reduced it. Oops, too much. Too much! Yep, there we go. Really beautiful. Please tell me it's fixed. Please tell me it's fixed. Please, 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 please. Pretty please. We all get there eventually. Alright, so. Anne is officially better than Tapper. Oh, don't say that. No. Alright, so. Coming back to this, whole hiding the income and everything, I made sure that, nothing's in my name exactly for that, so nobody can garnish whatever I own and blah, 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 blah. Thanks, Meghann, for the confession, by the way. The courts love this thing, right? This is just them doing this, that they are untouchable, this fantasy of that they're untouchable, right? Some income streams have protections, yes, and some don't. Some debts can attach and some can't, and some orders can be are enforced differently. And then bragging that you structured your assets on purpose to avoid lawful collection is not the flex you think it is, Meghann and Shawn. Depending on the facts, that can wander into actually fraudulent transfer territory. Are you planning to commit fraud? I'm not making a legal accusation here, okay? I'm saying that grown adults should not treat enforcement like a game. You should not treat it like a game, Meghann. And also, if you also notice their rhetoric, right? They're not arguing that they're right. No, they're arguing that they can't be made to pay. And that's not innocence. That's evasion. Exemptions and exemption and garnishment rules are complex. Nothing in my name, quote unquote, doesn't equal immunity. The fallacies here are the invulnerable, untouchable fantasy, and the goalpost shift from we are right to you can't enforce us. That's not a defense, that's a confession of what your priorities are, Meghann and Shawn. Thanks. Appreciate it. So live chat, everything good with the with the live stream? Everything good? No worries? Alright, the last one. 47 minutes. Alright, here we go. God, my brain. And I think so what we'll do after this is we'll take another break and then we'll do the third and final one. And that hopefully shouldn't take long either, and then we should be good to go. A little more from the live chat. Her, I'm so innocent that I now live on a remote island and have everything I control by shell... everything I own controlled by shell corporations. Right? So innocent. Right? So cute. Alright. We're going to 47-minute mark. Alright, here we go. Whoops. Here we go. Alright. Okay, so this is the one about the suspended account. Alright, let's see what they're trying to say here.
Real quick. She posted saying Twitter sent her an email and that they unsuspended her shit. Okay? First off, you guys, Twitter does not use the word unsuspend at all. They use the word restore. That's what Twitter does. They use the word restore. They do not use unsuspend. Okay, wait, custom all files. Okay, there we go. I'm looking for the one that had I got the screenshot of what Twitter actually says, not the bullshit she put up there. Okay, give me a second.
Oh no, you're fine. Take your time.
Okay, when Twitter. Okay, I'm grabbing my Twitter real quick. Hold on. Oh gee. When Twitter. Okay, remember? Y'all remember? We were live when my account went down because Mayo was reporting it. Mayo started celebrating. Remember?
I never reported his account. Like, yeah, I did celebrate early. I was just like, oh, are we getting what, we were expecting to happen? Because Twitter already treats his tweets as spam, so maybe it will delete his account. And that, yeah, I did celebrate early, and I was just like, damn. He was still there. Oh no, he came back, sorry. But I wasn't reporting it. I don't have time for it. You're not that important in my life, Shawn, that I report you. Everyone knows it. I don't care.
And I sent Twitter the message saying, hey, yo, I don't even cuss on my account, yo, so what's the problem here, right? Twitter,
you don't cuss? Okay.
Hit me right back, because remember, we ended the live. We ended our live that day.
Right.
And I remember that live is showing you what happened, okay? I showed the same screenshot I'm about to show you right now is what I showed there. Okay.
Oh
I caught it twice in the same fucking day, y'all. I was like,
show
really,
us
this bitch
then.
has tried this shit? I'm like, really, this bitch has tried this shit? I'm like, unfucking. Okay, there we go. Go down. Okay.
Where is it?
Yourself and come tell Aaron.
Yeah. Chanley's a piece of shit. Say. I say Chanley, and also tell Disco crackhead bitch, she ain't shit either. All you hoes ain't shit. I don't care if you like it or not.
Chanley,
okay, I got
Chanley, the one.
I don't care if you like it or not. Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay, Meghann.
That one down and put this one up.
I
don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. There we go.
You kicked me out. You put me to the dungeon.
I hit the wrong button.
Y'all, this is a screenshot that she put up claiming her account was restored. That is a fake. Twitter does not use the word unsuspend ever. Okay, Meghann, let me drop this one and let me show you guys what it really looks like when they restore an account.
Okay, you need this one?
This is what it like when they this is what it like when they restored mine while we were live. This is what it looked like. They use the word restore. They do not say unsuspend. Her shit is 100% fake. Now, y'all, those out there listening right now,
okay, so you have listened to the nonsense. This is grammar policing. That's what this is. This is CSI grammar unit, everybody. So the real authentication is always about the original source or the metadata, headers, platform logs, direct links, documentations, timestamps, and chain of custody, right? That's what it is all about. Shawn is trying to prove fabrication based on word preference. Even if a platform usually says restore, doesn't logically imply unsuspend can never appear. Right? Especially when users paraphrase, screenshots get cropped and all that, you know, or different services use different strings over time. So what's happening rhetorically is that Shawn wanted a gotcha that required zero evidence. They want the audience to feel certainty without doing any verification. That's just persuasion. That's not proof. Wording alone is weak evidence. Quotes care more about authenticity standards, not vibes. False certainty from minor detail, that's the fallacy here, and then argument from ignorance. Just because you have never seen that word used doesn't mean that Twitter doesn't use it. That's argument from ignorance. And if your evidence is, I don't like this word, and therefore you don't have evidence, that's not how it works. Simple as that. The other things that are, if I go just quickly, a couple of these, they even try, they attack like the judges and the court's legitimacy. If we go at 920, right?
Y'all acting like this is a big like criminal enterprise or something. Her feelings got hurt on the internet. They're not coming to take us to jail, okay? This is so stupid in the first place that she even took us to kangaroo court because her feelings got hurt on the internet. She wasn't stalked. She wasn't harassed. It's all about feeling rejected because the bitch can't handle rejection and being told no. That's all it's about.
Wow, Meghann. This was someone who was crying about, you know, their mental health, and now she's like verbally abusing Charla on internet. Holy shit, Meghann. Damn. You must be feeling really, really, you know, good about yourself by like talking about that about your victim. Holy shit. You know, and then at the same time, they both, like Meghann and Shawn, trying to recast any legal restriction as mere emotions, right? Like the B cannot take rejection or something like that. Orders are about conduct, risk, and restraint. They are not about feelings. And then they make this, like, again and again, this thing about taking a picture after service is illegal. They declare criminality without presenting any statute. That's on 2451. If I just quickly go through that, and then we'll take a break and then move on to the third video. Sorry, 2451. Here we go.
Yeah, 2 hours later. Yeah, I posted about that yesterday. I went and looked at the information myself. Okay, it's illegal for any processor to come back 2 hours and serve a person already illegally to come back and take a picture. So, and we found out it was not even the processor that did that. So, y'all, right.
So again, Shawn just declared criminality without presenting any statute. So it's not a fact. It's just him making a conclusion without presenting any, you know, any evidence or any verifiable, you know, evidence how he came to that conclusion. He just made a conclusion. That's it. It's not a fact. Fact can have evidence backing them up and can be verified. So yeah, alright, so we'll take another break and then we will do the third video, and after that we will call it a night. Or how many hours has it been? How long have we been live for, guys? Can we figure it out? Give me a sec. Or shit. 3 hours ago. Okay. Still alright. It's still okay. Alright, we'll do this one next. I'll take a break. 10 minutes? Alright, entry. Yeah, I see what you did there. I see. Alright. Let's take a break and then we'll start with this third one. Yeah? And I will get to the timestamp. I'll set the timestamp before we start. It's 3:21. Alright. It's 3:21. Here we go. So we'll start from here when we come back. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna close this. That will stay. You come here. Somebody के नीचे आगे है का दिल मेरा और मैं पीछे पीछे दीवाना मुझसे नहीं. Alright, we'll continue with this one and then we'll take a break and then I'll be back. Alright, see you in 5 minutes. You know, there was one more thing. There was one more thing. Unirock never ever accused me of fraud. Ever. If I'm not wrong. He never did.
No, yeah, I don't think he did that. I mean, he went around about the fraud razors or whatever he was calling
Yeah,
things,
and stuff, but he never accused me. Yeah.
Yeah. Unirock greater than Steve. Athens in the chat specifies, to quote Steve, "You've lost your honor." I wish I had a clip of Zuko. On my honor.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy. All right, so Aaron's
my
complaining.
My girlfriend became a moon. My girlfriend never existed. That's rough, buddy.
My first girlfriend turned into the moon. But until you all do that, and it is you all third party and not party accounts I'm responding to. Okay, so that's still 10. Yeah. I will tell my story, the facts. Okay, that's intention to continue to do contempt. Yeah, other people are allowed to talk about what's going on, Aaron. You're not allowed. Just because other people are talking about it is not an excuse for you to be allowed to do things. You should know this. You tried to make this argument in court, and it didn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not allowed to hold a restraining order hostage or someone else's, peace of mind hostage, to make other people do what you want.
And that's 100% what she's doing. She is trying to use and weaponize the legal system to assault Charla because she doesn't like that other people are talking about her, and she's trying to use Charla's court cases to silence other people from criticizing her.
And she accuses Katie Joy of doing that, actually, so...
Oh, Aaron is definitively because... Like, if Katie Joy is everything that Aaron and this group have accused her of being, Aaron is equally as much, if not more, of a Katie Joy.
Exactly.
At this point. Feline said, "If you have no desire, then show it by not talking about it in any capacity. As per court orders, you have no right anymore to speak about this subject. Not even in defense of yourself. As you have been deemed the perpetrator, you have no defense nor anything to defend." And that's a really good point. She is now a perpetrator. She's a perp, guys. She's already been found to be these things. And so because she's already...
my Twitter name to Aaron is a perp.
Aaron is a perp. There's the movie, the Disney movie, Treasure Planet has these little purple fruits that they're bringing with them, and they call them perps. So maybe I'll slap Aaron's face on one of those. The one that's getting squished by the fucking spider cycle.
Yeah. I just did it. It's done.
Oh, good.
My Twitter name is Aaron as a perp.
Good for you. Unbelievable. At least one person knew what I was talking about. Prixie in the chat said, the funny thing is that she could probably get a temporary restraining order to stop you guys. They give those out to anyone. You would think if... No. Well, here's the thing. One, it would cost money. Two, she would have to file them in our countries, not in hers. Yep. Right? Yep. So she would have to she'll have to hire somebody. She has to hire a lawyer in Canada and then also hire a lawyer in Australia to file on her behalf.
If she can decide where she wants to.
And she would have to follow those countries' laws.
Yes, and in Australia, what I'm saying might not even be considered harassment at all. Yeah. So yeah, I just saying. And also, like, the thing about, like, that they give those to anyone, that's not how it works. If it were true, I would disagree with you there, Pixie Purple, that they would give out to anyone, because if it were true, Veda would have been able to get hers against Katie Joy.
It is complicated.
And Charla. Hers got dismissed right out the window and were thrown
for
out.
jurisdiction immediately.
Yeah.
So what she could do is she could file. What she could do theoretically is she could file a TRO, get a hearing, and then have it tossed out.
Yeah.
Theoretically. And however long the temporary restraining order would last as long. And this is assuming it goes through, which it depends on the state. Yep. Some states are way more picky than others. So theoretically she could do it, but again, there is a really big issue about there's an issue about there's an issue around whether or not it would be granted due to. So it depends on how she files it, right? First off, Erin is incompetent, so I am not convinced she'd be able to file one properly in the first place. Second off, even if she did manage to file one properly, it might not get accepted due to a jurisdiction issue of us being in another country, regardless of whether there actually being a hearing or not. So it's possible, definitely maybe, but not for sure that she'd even be able to get a temporary one. Because have you seen Erin's fucking submissions to the court? Holy my God. Shit, they're fucking dumb.
Okay, Prixie, sorry, I got it wrong. You were talking about temporary restraining order. I thought about I got it confused with restraining order. You're right. Yeah, TRO gets in automatically when you file the paperwork.
It depends on the state. It depends on they don't always go automatically, and sometimes it depends on what type of restraining what you're filing for. Yeah, so there's it is complicated. It is wibbly wobbly. I am not convinced that Erin is competent enough that she would be capable of. Not. Which isn't what Prixie was getting at. Prixie was just getting on the possibility that the thing could happen.
Yeah. I got it. Yeah. Sorry.
But I want to point out that I think that Feline's point about that she can't defend herself because there is no defense to be had because she's already a perpetrator. Period.
Yep. Yeah.
That's a really fucking good point.
That's a very good.
Be more like Gandhi. Oh, sorry. Hold on. You already tried that with the court and failed. Your rights about this has been stripped by the court. You no longer have them. That is correct. Because things like this are a privilege, not a right. Particularly when it comes to posting on the internet. Feline then said, be more like Gandhi, in quotes, is a pathetic attempt to silence criticizers of you so you can just continue on unbothered. Being silent about it will not alleviate the situation at all. You will just continue on and defy your court orders. Now, I have a couple things to back this up, right? Feline is 100% correct. Charlotte didn't say anything for like 2 years. And I didn't start talking about this stuff until they had already had temporary restraining orders for 2 months. They started getting their temporary restraining order paperwork in August of August 23rd, 2023.
I is back. Hello. Everybody here? Still here? Oh, by the way, thank you, Padme, for joining us as a member. They joined us as Silver Goblin. So, thanks. There we go. So, you left. No. I knew you wouldn't leave me. All right, the last one for the morning, evening, afternoon, night, right? All right. I'm feeling tired and sleepy. Hopefully, shouldn't take us another more than an hour, and we should be able to, yeah, get it done quite quickly. I'm just trying to go quickly through my notes. Yeah, it shouldn't take long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 pages. 7 pages of notes. No worries. Alright, let's do this. So this one is called Saturday Chill with Wolves, done on January 18th for me. Could be January 17th for people. So, yeah, this is number 75. Alright.
Now, check the chat.
Yeah, and she's steady lying over there in Chesh's chat. They passed my driver's license around when nobody passed it around. And guess what? There hasn't been an ounce of proof of that. Not a single ounce has she shown that happened. Not in court, not anywhere.
We got some proof of some that Meghann showed the other night, and I just now posted it. We know what happened right here. It was forced upon Meghann.
Yes. And Tina.
Was it forced upon Meghann? I thought it was Tina.
And a few Veda and a few other people. So
she tried to give it to me. I said, I can send you my driver's license. I said no, and I blocked the bitch. I got.
Well, she didn't. As you can see, she didn't even offer me. She just sent it. I never asked her for it. Which she.
How do we verify the screenshot, Meghann? Just a curious question. The screenshot that you're showing here, right? How do we verify this? Like, how do we know that this is Charlotte actually, and how do we know that this is not doctored or forged? Just asking, you know. All right.
Lied and told everybody I demanded that she send it. She's trying to say Steve told her to do it, which he did not. And she has not proved that anybody passed that around. She claims it got put on the dark web. There's no proof of that. So
on the dark web.
And isn't it funny? Huh?
Her friend KJ goes on the dark web all the time. Her friend KJ does.
Right, exactly. But isn't it funny that even in court, she didn't even show proof that anybody had this and passed it around?
Right.
Makes you wonder, huh? It's a lie because she's a pathological liar.
Yeah. She's clearly mentally fucking ill. Clearly doesn't.
So here we go. Meghann, show the transcripts for all the proof, for all the assertions you're making here, or else it's just trust me, bro, again, all over again, right? And intrigue feline from the live chat. Technically, she doesn't have to show it in court beyond a bare minimum of plausibility for the judge to accept it. Only when it gets challenged, which can only be done by showing up, would result in the actual evidence to be shown. We know that Meghann showed up for at least a first hearing. So I don't know what she did when all this was presented there. And unless Meghann presents any transcripts, we have no way of knowing what Meghann is saying is whether true or not, what happened in the court. All she's doing here is evidence talk, quote unquote, no proof, not in court, and then immediately jumps to a psychiatric label and certainty of pathological liar. And also, they have a double standard. They demand proof from petitioner. When it's their turn, they just lean on trust me. And vibes. That's it. And then, and then they invoke court like a sacred temple of proof, like they did here, but then they mock and ignore the court at the same time. You don't get to like switch to playground psychology in the moment it's convenient. You don't get to like switch, you know, treating the court as some like, you know, place that you want to take seriously when you're trying to hold the petitioner up to a certain standard, but then drop all pretense that you and start disrespecting the court when you are asked to like present proof, and then ignore and mock the court. Courts care about admissible evidence and credibility, and not medical diagnosis that are shouted on live streams. Calling someone a liar is not proof. And how do we believe you, Meghann? It's just trust me from you. Show us the transcripts. No? Then like it's just your word and nothing else. With like 5 people watching, out of which 3 people are you, Shawn, and Tammy on the panel. The fallacies being performed here are bare assertion, to certainty leave, and then ad hominem and labeling, right? And then double standard on evidence. And also this whole thing about like she claims that her license that Charlotte claimed that her license got put on the dark web, and then Shawn comes in swinging, or her friend goes on the dark web all the time, I think. So he's referring to Katie Joy here. Again, making an assertion as if they both are friends without showing any proof, right? This is just like conspiracy thinking in purest form, right? They can't prove how it happened, but they certainly know who's responsible and can imply the guilt there. This is just like spooky place rhetoric designed to make the audience feel certainty without any evidence. That's all it is. There is a need of chain of custody and attribution, not that somebody knows somebody who does spooky internet stuff. That's not how it works. The fallacies that are being committed here are guilt by association, and red herring, and non sequitur. It's a non sequitur, like if someone goes on the dark web. We now move to 9 minutes 11 seconds. Okay, here we go. God, this is so tiresome. These people are so stupid. Alright. Here we go. Here we go.
Brain job, hate is BS. Nobody did anything to you. You weren't harassed.
Again, just assertions. When they actually have a harassment restraining order against them. A lifetime one. Both of them. Now.
You started a frame job hate campaign on our group and took us to kangaroo court, basically.
Fuck kangaroo court. Fuck that court. Fuck that judge. Fuck everything about that motherfucking state. Fuck Candy.
Now it's suddenly, you know, F that court. But before that, they were like, oh, she never presented anything in the court. Either you don't like the court, or you will, you know, abide by the court. Take a pick. You can't have your cake and eat it too, Shawn and Meghann. Dumb and dumber.
Nobody did anything.
I don't care about none of you motherfuckers. When I say I don't care, that's not sarcasm. I mean that shit. I don't care about none of you. Here's the thing.
Like, you know, when you start calling like Shawn and Meghann, people like Shawn and Meghann start calling quotes as like kangaroo quotes, right? What they're basically trying to do is to deauthorize the only place where facts are actually tested, as I've said before. But they want the petitioner to present their facts in that same, you know, in that same place to be tested. And if the petitioner doesn't do that, according to them, then the petitioner can be dismissed. So, but for some reason, they don't apply that logic on themselves. It's only for the petitioner. Only the petitioner's facts or whatever they present, the claims they present, have to be testified in court. Theirs, no. They can dismiss the court. Athens from the live chat. Wolf, quote, I don't care about none of you, unquote. Also, Wolf makes a video about the people he doesn't care about, right? All right, let's continue. So like, yeah. The actual catch here is, like, if you want to listen to me, Shawn and Meghann, is that if that court has jurisdiction and orders on record, you don't dissolve them by insulting the court. That's like a toddler's logic. I don't like it, so it's fake. And in this case, it's always fake for you. But when it's Sharla's turn, it's always like, yeah, she has to present everything in the court. We don't. Fucking double standards and like such like, you know, childish behavior. Disagreeing with court happens through motions, appeals, and modifications, not like public tantrums like these. And this is just genetic fallacy, that just because you don't like the court, that means the order they passed on you or they imposed on you is invalid. And then you are trying to appeal to ridicule, to dismiss the court's decision and to mock the court. 956, here we go. The next one.
Because I'm not playing. I'm about to fuck you motherfuckers over as much as possible, legally. But I'm not going to screw you over like you're trying to do us. Everything I'm doing to you motherfuckers.
I am so scared. I'm so scared, Shawn. Oh my god, look at me. I'm so scared.
It's about to come legally. Here's the thing.
Legally.
I was not playing or being sarcastic when I...
First they said, we don't want to do violence, right? And then Shawn pivots to violence, right? You know? And now it's, oh, everything is gonna come at you legally. Legally.
I said, every motherfucker involved. From Sue to Claire to Mandy to any motherfucker involved. All of you.
Not me and Chesh? Really? What happened?
Should fear. What's coming legally for you? You should fear. All you didn't have to do it.
And good for you, Kansas, that autistic shill.
When they refer to Kansas, they're talking about Sharla. So this is whole another level of contempt over here. So if you notice the pattern here, right? It's like he alternates between explicit intimidation, right? And the phrase like legally. Like it's some sort of like holy water that cleanses everything. Legally is not a spell, it's not like a magic word. If you have a legal claim, then you file for it. You don't threaten a laundry list of unnamed people with vague consequences while refusing to state a cause of action, jurisdiction, or even facts. Like, legal action, legal action is not vibe. It's a claim, it's a venue, and evidence. Fallacies being performed here are vague threats / intimidation as argument, appeal to force, argumentatum ad bacillum. If you can pronounce that, Meghann and Shawn, and then performative legality by like using legally, quote unquote, as a camouflage. And then he pivots to violent threats again. You've seen that in the past. Like in this very stream that we have done in this live stream. Hi, Unveiling, good morning. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, here we go. Sorry. This thing just keeps lagging behind for me. Unveiling. Larry Lumo. He sounds like Steve Carell when he gets possessed by Jim Carrey and starts making insane sounds. Like, we just saw that they did that, right? Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna find something for you. Because I've shown like he makes like physical threats in one stream, right? We saw that in the first stream. I want to show you guys where else he makes those legal, those like not legal, like physical threats. Just give me a second. I think so. I made a note of it. Let's see. Till then, we jump on to the next one. To like 11:22. Here we go. Oh, this is a good one. Yeah, so here are my notes about the legal, the physical threats, yeah? So if we go to 504, here it is.
Piece of shit, every one of you. Every fucking one of you, the whole DNA is a piece of shit. I don't care if your mama's good, a president, or a fucking queen of England, I don't give a fuck. Everybody in the chat's a piece of shit and a pussy. And then you go do a goddamn thing, nobody here. You all get your asses whooped. You all know that already. But you do shit online, you ain't gonna come do it in nobody's goddamn face. Athens, I know you listen, you little bitch boy. Let me tell you something about Athens. Athens was 5 blocks from my house, y'all. 5 blocks. 3 blocks at the police station. 2 blocks later, because Athens knows, if you touch my fucking property, that little white boy would have got his ass beat by this nigga all fucking day long. Motherfucking Athens, I will stomp your ass to the fucking ground and beat you like the bitch you are. I will beat
that one, right? So stomp on you, right? And then 846, right?
Attack anybody that comes.
Yeah, I wish. Hey, Athens, I'm not playing, bitch. Pull up my goddamn house. I want to beat your ass, boy. I want to fuck you up. So if you, I'm a grown man telling you right now, grown man to grown.
Right? I want to beat your ass. And then 939, here we go. And all against Athens. He's so triggered.
You trying to say that? I just want to punch you in the face even more, dude. I tell you what, if you finish it online,
right? Punch you in the face. But then he comes back to, oh, I'm gonna go do everything legally, right? And then he makes these like threats again.
They think racism is okay. I think they don't have an answer for that shit. No, motherfucker, if I saw you on the fucking street, dude, I'm gonna punch you in the goddamn face, and I'm not gonna ask you no questions.
Right? There we go. And then these are all verbal threats that he's making. Then we go to 1505.
And before they go over there and start yelling, angry black man, guess what? I'm allowed to be angry. And the angry black man will kick your fucking ass. I'll tell you what,
well,
there's
guess
not
what?
one guy in your crew that can stand up to me. Not one.
Yeah, you get to be angry. We all do, because look at what we've been going through with this psychopath for 2.5 years and her third-party harassment.
And Meghann is trying to do damage control here. Yeah, you can be angry. You know? But not saying that he cannot beat people. She doesn't say that. She leaves that hanging. See? She enables him. She knows what she's doing. She is complicit in Shawn making physical threats. 23. I do my fucking homework. Alright? You just can't escape from me. Here we go.
I'll put a leash on your ass and walk you across the yard on your hands and fucking knees. I'm not playing with you, motherfucker. I hate that.
What was that?
I'll put a leash on your ass and walk you across the yard on your hands and fucking knees. I'm not.
A leash on your ass? Are you okay, Shawn? Do you need help? Are you okay?
Playing with you, motherfucker. I hate that.
Yeah. So.
Shawn, you have to understand, when people are calling you a dog or a puppy, they're making fun of your persona. They're not attacking you personally. Why do you take it personally? I don't get it. And then you get angry. And then you use that as an excuse to make physical threats to other people. Then you make personal attacks and personal physical threats to people. Because people just attack your online persona that you have made. How ignorant are you? And how easily do you lose your, composure? Holy shit, my guy. Yeah, that it sounds like he's scared. I don't know why. Maybe he's scared that he's going to go to jail now because he's skipped his hearings and stuff. He's ignored the restraining orders, and now there will be a bench warrant issued. And he's scared that he will end up going to jail. And then one last one, 118, 11801. Hold on, I'll just scroll right down here. Let's see. Almost right to the end, right? There we go.
But I guarantee you, your punk ass won't pull up here. Because you know what happened to you? This nigga right here will beat your motherfucking ass, boy.
Sunday,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Fran.
Right? So going back to 9:56 and listening to all this, what should we believe? Right?
Because I'm not playing. I'm out to fuck you motherfuckers over as much as possible, legally. But I'm not going to screw you over like y'all try to do us. Everything I'm doing to you motherfuckers is about to come legally. Anything. I was not playing or being sarcastic when I said every motherfucker involved. From Sue to Claire to Mandy to any motherfucker involved. All of you should feel it.
It's just performative. This is performative. The number of times he made physical threats or threats of physical violence at people is far more, is actually 6 to 7 times, if I'm not wrong, as compared to one time where he said that he will deal with people legally. So if I look at my notes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 times he has threatened to physically harm people. So this is whole thing about like legally that he's going to do shit. That's all performative. He's never this is a person who resorts to intimidation and violence and threats of violence to achieve or to get the results he wants. And that's why he's getting out of control now and he's spiraling because they are not working. I'm sure the judge will love to hear this stream. I'm quite sure the judge will love to hear this stream. going to the next one. 11:01, right? Let's go. Here we go. Let's quickly get out of here.
Never spoke to you about Steve. You can stop with this.
Okay.
What are you talking about, Kansas? I never told you Steve did anything. I've never spoke to you about Steve. You can.
Kansas, again, she's talking about Charla. Contempt.
Stop with this narrative going on that I spoke to you, because I swear on my kids' lives that I never spoke to you or helped you, you dumb bitch. I promise you that.
She swears on a kid's life and then calls someone else a dumb bitch. That is classic. And then if we go to 1 hour and 2 minutes, right? She swore on her kids' lives, right? And then if we go here, 1 hour, 2 minutes.
Because y'all didn't get the reaction you wanted, but it's just not going to work. Like I said, I swear on my kid's life that I didn't. I mean, I wouldn't help her. If you paid me $100 million, I'd rather go to jail. I'm sorry, but
you would rather go to jail and abandon your daughter. I get it. She's eager to go to jail, guys, and abandon her kid. And leave her kids with strangers. And other, people. Okay. Yeah, before she starts saying, family members and stuff, your kid lives with you. Is that why you moved in with your sister? Because you know you're certainly going to go to jail now after all this. So that at least your kid has a home. And they're not left behind alone. Is that why you did that? Yeah, wow. They are just dehumanizing. One, they're mocking the courts, and they're dehumanizing Charla. That's all this is. That's all this is. When the order clearly says don't make up fictitious names of the petitioner, don't do that. And they're still doing it. They're just mocking the courts at this point. That's what they're doing. So like this whole thing that Charlotte does, like, oh, I swear on my kid's life, this is all courtroom cosplay. Like swearing on your children's life is not any evidence. It's just emotional pressure. In real legal context, what matters is messages, call logs, emails, files, small, filings, sworn testimony under penalty of perjury, and not a dramatic oath intended to shut down the scrutiny. And we saw that. We have seen chat logs from Charla. Between you and Charla. We saw that. We saw the email logs between you and Charla. Oaths on streams do not, substitute documentation, Meghann. Courts certainly don't substitute them for documentation. She's just trying to appeal to emotion and, and prove by intensity. I'm passionate, therefore this is true. This next one I'm just gonna skip over because this one is just, we're dealing it's in the legal realm between the copyright system. Okay. 18:11, let's go. 18 minutes 11 seconds. Here we go. Here we go.
But you did it members only, so that's why I did it.
Oh, here it is. Oh, sorry, my bad. You might be wondering who they're talking about, right? I'll tell you who they're talking about. They're talking about us. Look. So that's what it is. So let's see what they have to say about this. Here we go.
Well, I'm letting you know right now, Willow, I'm in the process of procuring your information. And the first thing I'm going to do is call your police department. So get ready, bitch. And that goes for all you motherfuckers over there to help that bitch. I'm in the process of procuring every single one of your information. And I'm not going to do nothing to you illegal. I'm not going to do nothing about it. But I'm letting your police station know what every one of you have been involved in. And you can't stop me. You can't do shit about it. Cry online. Not going to stop a goddamn thing. Just cry.
All right, here is the rest of this, even though they really said
so many sections. this is not law. This is just intimidation again, packaged as civic virtue, right? If you have a legitimate complaint against me, Shawn, then file a report with facts, alright? But the way you frame it, it's like I am quote-unquote procuring info on all of you. It's a classic coercion language. He wants to instigate fear. Also, ironically, he spends the whole stream accusing others of doxing when he announces an active plan to identify people like me and Chesh, right? Threatening to get my info is not a legal argument, number one. It can actually become evidence of harassment, Shawn. And how many times you have said it? Right? So, number one, appeal to authority. Trying to use police as a prop, right? Hypocrisy, intimidation. I just leave my case there. The next one is 2436. Alright. So I'm doing all this just to demonstrate how they don't understand courts, how courts work, how evidence works, how facts work, how documentation works, how service works. You know, how service processors are selected and work. They have no clue. They're stupid. They're stupid as fuck. And I enjoy verbally beating down at people, you know, intellectually who are stupid as fuck. I love it. Alright, 24, what was it? 2436, okay. Here we go. Almost done, guys, almost done.
I'm a little closer, like this thing.
Alright, go ahead.
A respectable, reputable company. A company that traces accounts that this company is used in courtrooms all over the United States. This company is well respected. I paid them over $800 fucking to trace 3 accounts. I traced 2 of Alice's, 1 of Shin's. They all went back to the same house in fucking California. There's no way they make a mistake. There's no mistake made here. Right? What you're going to understand, these people don't make this kind of mistake because they should use it in court. I plan to use it in court against Alice Shin's when I get her ass in court. There's no mistake here. Alice is Shin's 100%. It's not my fault that she played some of you dumb motherfuckers and you can't understand that she's smarter than everyone.
Okay. This is again a gold nugget to show like how that Shawn is ignorant of how, you know, legal discourse works, right? Private tracing services are not magically truth machines, right? IP or account tracing can be messy. VPNs, shared networks, account sharing, you know, stale data, false positives, and even if a service produces a report, a court still needs authentication methodology that was used and admissibility and cross-examination, right? He talks like I paid money, therefore it's a fact. That's not how it works. That's not law, that's consumer faith. Even real forensic reports require foundation and are contestable in court. Used in court doesn't mean that they are always correct or they were always admissible in court. Again, appealing to authority that it's used in courtrooms as if that is admissible, as if it's equal to admissible. You know, argument from cost. You paid a lot of money, so therefore it's true. Overconfidence and absolution. These are all fallacies. Like, come on, dude. Grow up. Grow up. Alright, so next one is, this is the second last one, and then, yeah, some miscellaneous, and then we will be done. This is 3631. There we go. Getting there, guys. 36, okay, here we go. So, they're showing something on the screen. I'll just put it down here. Here we go.
Walk inside. I'm gonna mute because I'm freezing. All right.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, this is cold. This is weird here. This bit doesn't match. One is signature, one doesn't. And then the words underneath it do not match. That's not the same legal terminology under both of those. It's not the same. One of those is fake.
Oh, now suddenly Shawn is an expert in legal terminology. Okay.
100% one of them is fake. I'm pretty sure one of them is fucking fake, 100%, to my knowledge. I'm not. I don't work no
Again,
court.
Shawn, just because different terms are used doesn't mean that, you know, just because you don't prefer one term doesn't mean that it's not legal. That's not how it works, you fucking idiot.
I never work no legal place like that. But I know right now, one of those is fucking fake. And that's 100% fucking true. And you'll forge shit.
Again, 100% true. He just says it, just declares it, just reaches a conclusion without verifying or without demonstrating how.
Court. And you don't put it on people on the internet trying to fuck with them. You motherfuckers fuck with the wrong group of people.
And Meghann is just,
the wolves. We don't play. We eat.
Yeah, exactly.
That was so cringe. Oh my god. That was so cringe. We don't play, we eat. That was so cringe. Oh my god. I think Shawn thinks he's in a fucking movie or something. Oh god. Okay. And again, demonstrating how they don't know the law, right? He admits he knows he admits and he knows he has no legal experience, then declares certainty about forged code paperwork based on mismatched words or numbers or screenshots, right? And again, that is not how document authentication works. Right? It's court documents can look different across copies, scans, amended orders, exhibits, docket entries, formatting differences, and the right way to verify is get the document from the court record, check the docket, check the file stamps, case numbers, clerk's certification, not the vibes do not match, therefore forgery. Again, he did the same thing like he did with that Twitter notice. Same thing. Just because you haven't seen the words being used or you don't like it, that, you know, different set of words were used on another, you know, set of documentation doesn't mean that it's forged. That's not document authentication. Oh my god. Forgery is a very serious allegation, Shawn. And proving it requires source verification. That's not source verification. Not screenshot vibes, not like, you know, the terms are different vibes. Again, false certainty, Dunning-Kruger on paper, if I might dare say, and then argument from ignorance. God damn it. He's such an idiot. Last one, guys. 6 minutes 17 seconds and then 6 minutes 42. So it's a comparison I've made here of two clips. And then there will be some miscellaneous and then we will be done for the night. Not bad, eh? I covered 3 videos in 4 hours. That's not bad. Bad way from the live chat. Lol, I'm the beast and I feast. Alright, let's see. 6. What was it? Sorry. What was the 6:17? 6 minutes 17 seconds. Here we go. Here we go. Let's do this. Okay.
And happy to fuck you up for life. I will make your shit worse forever. I'm the nigga you don't fuck with. I'm the one that will fuck you up. I'm the one that will defend my goddamn property. Touch my property and you will get hurt. And I mean that shit. There's no sarcasm here. I'm not joking. I mean, I will fuck you up, Athens. You talk all this shit online and you think it's funny. You call me by my goddamn government name because that bitch doxed me.
Sorry, give me a sec. Hold on. That's not the one. So my notes are all over the place. Give me 1 sec. Here we go. Oh, it's 1 hour. Sorry, my bad. Here Here we go.
Becky P.
Oh, God.
Coming in Aaron.
Becky,
come on, you know no one has a choice who gets hired to serve papers. It would be like selecting a certain police officer in another state to do a wellness check. You get what you get. But guess what? She didn't deserve to be treated the way she did at her work or her daughter. And
what do you mean her daughter?
Do you think that my cousin deserved to have somebody come back 2 hours later and take a picture that wasn't even the process server?
Now the story has been modified now. The process server came 2 hours later to take the picture. Why are you doing this, Shawn and Meghann? Why are you lying? You think that you can't be arrested? Is that what you're thinking? Because you're in another state and that's why you can just keep, adding on lies? What is wrong with you? Holy shit!
You think that's okay?
Well, I guess
nobody said that that's okay.
Becky P would be okay with a sex trafficker coming to her house to serve her. Becky would be okay with that.
I guess
I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with that at all.
But you were okay with Chesh and I getting sex trafficked, so I don't know. So the protections should only be for people you support. So, so Meghann reads something that someone is, basically, said that something's true, right? Parties often don't micro-select the exact individual who shows up. Service process vary. And then Shawn is like, he goes back into moral panic as if, like, it proves some sort of, like, legal wrongdoing. Even if a server is unsavory, the legal question remains, as I keep saying again and again. Was the service order lawful? Was the service lawful under the rules? What does the proof of service say? Was their proper notice? They keep treating this feels scary as therefore legal process is invalid. That's emotion, not procedure. And again, it's not Charlotte's fault. If Erin has a problem with that, she needs to, contact her state to resolve this issue. If she's not motivated enough, then it's her problem, no one else's. Service validity is rules-based and litigated in court. Moral outrage on social media is not a service defense. Fallacies are category error, appeal to outrage and causing moral panic, and then conflating discomfort with illegality. If Erin is so mad that her daughter was treated, horribly, make a complaint against that process server. Go for it. Make a complaint against that process server, Erin. If it's so bad, go for it. I'm not denying maybe that process server was, really, really horrible to your daughter. Go for it. The service was done. It was completed. The service was proper. In the end. This is just deflection. Trying to cause moral outrage. Here's another one. These are miscellaneous now. 904. Right? If you listen to this one.
Victim again. Boo-hoo! I can't even use my bank account anymore. Yes, you can. That is BS. Nobody did anything to you. You weren't harassed.
Again, this is Meghann going for financial and legal conclusion, right? With no documentation, right? A great example of speculation presented as a fact. Right? And then 4922. Let's have a look. cross yourself, poke another kid in the eye when they were 4 years old, obviously incapable of delivering. Deepak Chopra, is that what you mean, Ashley? So where we were going to 49.22. Here we go. 49.22. There we go.
Whatever you want, we don't care.
Does that,
Maybe they should get an RO on me. Well, I think that's being worked on.
Yeah, that is being worked on. And here's the problem with what you just said.
Again, just like legal intimidation. That's what it is, right? You know, as if restraining orders are casual projects. We saw Brittany try to get a restraining order on, you know, what do you say, Charla and Katie Joy. It didn't work. Got thrown out. So, yeah. And it's just like, we have proof, but they don't show it. We'll show when we don't know, right? This is just a trust me, like, you know, treadmill. That's all it is, in the end. So, yeah. That's all I had for today. And 10 hours, not bad. 10 hours. 4 hours. I'm quite sure they do somewhere, but they're particularly mad at Athens for some reason, especially Shawn. He is making a lot of physical threats against Athens. All Athens has done is has like poked at him like jokingly and said, you know, I'm around, you know, want to talk. And you know, that's what Shawn keeps saying, that, you know, come around my neighborhood, come to my property, blah blah blah. And then when somebody takes him up on his offer, then he just goes on with this barrage of like physical threats, and it's like, dude, I think so you're scared. Oh god. Ugh. So yeah, anything particular that you guys wanna say before I log off? Athens from the live chat. I stopped at a place to eat and he got so triggered on my trip to New Orleans. Okay. Yeah, it was Athens. Yeah. So, let me just bring up the conclusion that I wrote and then we'll call it a day. Alright, here is my conclusion. Here we are. That's the document. I made a separate document for conclusion. Shouldn't have. So yeah, so what we see across these streams is that they keep saying, we told the truth, but what they actually deliver is certainty without any verification, right? They don't deliver facts, they're delivering conclusions, right? It's always claims first, insults second, and then receipts are either missing, coming later, or hidden behind members only, right? And that's just marketing funnel, that's what it is, you know? And whenever law comes up, they expect other people to follow the law to the T, while they themselves mock the law and ignore it and make fun of it and minimize it and treat it as optional, right? So anything like service, contempt, paperwork, authenticity, it turns into legal cosplay for them, right? They always throw around words like illegal or forged and kangaroo court like some sort of like magic words or magic spells. But law isn't just vibes, right? Law is filings, as I said before. Filings, recordings, procedures, and findings. If you can't show the document and the rule you're relying on, or the transcript you're relying on, you're not doing any legal analysis. You're just storytelling. That's all you're doing, right? And the biggest biggest credibility killer is the physical threats and intimidation, and the legal intimidation that they try to, go with. Oh, we are working on an RO. Oh, I'm going to, make you pay legally, or I'm procuring information, blah, 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 right? Just because you use the word legally doesn't, cleanse threats or coercion. Especially physical threats or coercion, right? Threat posture isn't evidence, and it's what people use when they want fear to do the work because they don't have the proof, right? That's why they use fear, because they don't have anything of proof. So the pattern is very clear, like vague claims, mind reading, double standards on proof, and how they expect others to, act in the court of law, but how they themselves act in the court of law. That's the double standard, right? And then there's double standards on proof, platform actions treated like court rulings, and then insults, trying to use insults in case of arguments. Truth survives verification. Performance like what these people do avoids it. And that's what we just watched. So, yeah. Thanks everyone for coming. Have a good day. I'll try and end this stream. And yeah. Cheers. Bye.
Oh? See, that would be intimidating if you were, well, intimidating.
Are you mocking me?
Oh no, no. Yeah.